Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair. Little echoey.
Okay, I was going to say, I have an echo too.
We're all echoed. Okay. I think we're good. No echo. Now we can't hear Josh. Now I can hear me twice again. It's brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair at Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. I don't know if you guys can hear the echo too, but I certainly can. Okay, they can too.
Hello?
Yep. Still. Okay.
Well,
I don't know what to do here. Well, we can play fun games with the echo. Josh, have you ever wondered what it was like to be in a cave?
I have, and now we're figuring it out. Wow, everyone could hear this. Man, I wonder what the heck is going on right now. Joey, is something on the computer wrong?
I'm checking.
By the way, some people might have. Should I even talk?
You should.
All right.
I don't. Should we play some music?
We could.
I wish I could help Joey.
You know, normally Joey has everything good to go. This is kind of. To fix everything there.
It's on the radio. That's good. We're back.
But.
any pictures.
Yeah. I mean, we're just going to let him cook. Oh, now we're echoing again. Oh, south. Oh. Earth. That seems right. Yes. I feel like we're very close. This is painful for me, but we're close. So the YouTube is saying that I'm not echoing and that Josh is silent. Nobody can hear Josh anymore.
Hokey skirt. Josh, we can't hear you. Oh, now I'm echoing. It's getting worse. It's getting worse.
What happened? We should probably
just want to go to break.
Maybe just take a break. Yeah. Let's do that. Good crossover. Thanks for back after this.
News Watch 7.
Warm, breezy, and a little hazy again on Friday. Expect mostly to partly sunny skies with southeast wind gusting up to 20 miles per hour. Highs in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV News Watch 7.
Worried about damage from the recent storms? J-Tech Construction is a local company you can count on to make your home right again. We are the official exterior experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction's team of experts can help you with your insurance restoration process. Turn to who the Huskers turn to and call 402-261-3682 today for your free assessment. Whether it's hail, wind, or just time for an update, J-Tech Construction's team is the trained local solution you can count on. Call 402-261-3682 today.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is always looking to make your game day bigger and better. Cheer on your favorite team this season in front of a 22-foot LED video wall showing up to 8 games at once. TVs are everywhere else you can look with a state-of-the-art audio and video system. Enjoy a big old pizza or award-winning char-buffed wings. There's just no better way to do your game day. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road, and for takeout at 162nd and Maple.
Cross Strain Brewing Company, the official sponsor of One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone. Cross Strain Brewing Company, always evolving, trying to make every beer enjoyable, drinkable, and leave.
He's dead.
Hi, everyone. How you doing? What a day. I was having a great. And there's the echo again. Well, you know what? I got Michael. Michael's going to join us. Connor's already. Michael went to Popeyes. Michael went to Popeyes. And here's the miracle of miracles. See, he left before I did. I made it back here first. Popeyes was slow. Oh, wait. We need to turn Connor's mic on. Turn Connor's mic on.
I went to Popeyes yesterday. It only took like 4 or 5 minutes. It was great.
Yeah.
Very smooth.
Go ahead and bring down Josh's pot. There we go. Sorry, we'll get Josh figured out at some point.
I should probably leave because I can't hear Josh, and this whole thing would be a disaster.
Well, no, none of us can hear Josh right now because it's an echo. But if it's just us kids in here, we're fine.
Okay.
We're fine.
You just let me know when you get Josh back.
Well, we don't know. They're still working on it over there. It could be a little bit.
Could be anytime.
It could be a little bit. So what we get instead is me and you and Michael talking, and then we're just going to watch Josh's facial response. Is what we're going to get here.
Yeah, we're going to
on the crossover.
Yeah, we'll figure it out at some point.
Yeah, this has been man, I was having such a great Friday. I mean, it was going really, really good. I mean, I got my doctor's appointment, everything done. I was on the way. I was listening to music on the way, singing songs. It was like, oh, this is great.
Yeah.
And then the internet died.
Yeah, you were excited to eat some delicious food.
I was. Sure. Now I'm stuck with Popeye. No.
It's not the food you have a problem with. It's not the quality of the food that John has a problem with.
I think you have to admit, I left before you, but I had to swing by. I had to order while I was driving.
You did.
Swing by, grab it, and get it. How long you been here?
I'd probably beat you by
about 25 minutes.
That's a lie. I saw you pass me when I was there, so I saw you. That's not true.
Yeah.
You've been here like 2 minutes.
Well, I you know what?
He beat you by
I stand
5.
correct. Now, it wasn't this Popeyes, though.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, it was this
Yeah,
one?
that's the one that's locked in as my home Popeyes. So when I go to the app, it pops up. That's my home Popeyes. It is.
John, what's so funny about that, John?
You don't have a home restaurant?
You have a home Popeyes?
It's the one you go to.
No,
yeah.
there's only like one Popeyes in Lincoln, and there used to be one close to our house.
It's in the
and then
chicken
it closed.
district.
Well, they don't have the one on 27th anymore?
48th and
There's the one on 27th
48th
anymore?
and Vine. There's
Vine.
70th. There used to be one south of at the high school at 14th and Pine.
Well, so there's one.
But
There used to be one at 27th Street when you're leaving out of town.
There's still
Where I go.
is.
Okay,
Up
that's still
there?
there. Okay.
But that's way on the
Yeah.
other side of town.
That's
for
where
me.
that's what I see the most because that's how I leave out of town.
It's not my home.
John doesn't have a home Popeyes.
You don't have a
have
home
a home
Popeyes, dude.
Popeyes.
You got to get a home Popeyes.
All road games for John when he goes to Popeyes,
Yeah,
which I
it
assume
is.
is a lot.
Why am I the only face that's on here? This is disgusting.
Well, I'm logging in.
I know you are, but
Our producers have all abandoned us now.
They're like, we're leaving here.
It's like-
Screw these people.
what is
They
going?
jumped off the ship.
It's like everyone's.
That
mute.
usually means something bad happened, right?
It must
When
be.
they leave like that.
Yeah.
You know what this reminds me of? Remember that time we were supposed to do the remote out at was it the Harley Davidson
Yeah,
place?
Harley Davidson, way
the heck out there.
180th and
Maple.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so Michael and I are way out there and nothing's working. Nothing's working. And so we
Nick's
ended
on.
up and Nick's on. So we're
Yep.
driving back and Nick's on. And
Yep. I did a phoner with Nick. I talked to him on the phone.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
good. It
We
was
talked
fun.
to him on the phone.
Hadn't done a show with him since College World Series.
Sometimes
stuff.
it's how it
was great.
works.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to know. It's good to know though that technology hasn't changed much.
It hasn't changed at all. I know. I know. Look, we've had
It's probably become more difficult actually now with video
'cause-
components.
Oh yeah.
you know that huge storm that we had. When was that? July 31st, right? That storm knocked out a bunch of towers.
Oh
including
yeah.
I have US Cellular, which we've had since I got my phone. I mean, we've had it 24 years, something like that. And anyway, so because all the towers got knocked down, I could literally get 0 phone signal in my house. So if I wanted to talk to somebody on the phone, I had to go out and walk around the front of the house, and people would be like, "What are you doing?" Like, I'm on the phone, and so couldn't do it. And then the internet was messed up too, and so the internet in the house worked, but the phone at 5G didn't work a lot of places. And that was about 3 weeks where we dealt with that.
Wow.
Yeah, couldn't get any signal whatsoever. And they had all these open tickets and everything and trying to figure it out. And then eventually they got it fixed.
Oh, that is insane.
It was bad. It was really bad.
That is insane. Do you need the code?
Yes, I'm waiting for the stream.
I am
email.
All right. Check your DMs.
The
Twitter
DMs.
DM.
The Twitter DMs. You going in the He slid my DMs.
I slid into his DMs.
That's amazing.
I think it went into the DMs.
Let me check. Let me see. Let me make sure my audio.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, yep.
I hope I didn't do what I think I did.
You didn't send it to me. I have notifications, no message.
Who'd you send it to, John?
I may have sent it to the world.
Did you tweet
Try
it?
to talk to Josh and see what's going on with Josh.
Oh, hi, Josh. Are you? Oh, there it is. No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, Josh.
Hey, we figured it out.
We figured it out.
Yeah, we're good to go. Thank
We
you.
figured it out.
Okay, that means it's time for me to leave because I can't hear Josh because I have nowhere to plug into my head.
I always thought
right.
that was weird they
Hi.
set that up that way.
It is.
Yeah.
Hi.
Bye, Connor.
Connor,
Bye.
thanks.
Bye, Happer.
That was
Bye.
a great crossover.
Incredible.
Happy New Year.
Jeez. You want to put the Echo crossover on Happy New Year? Oh.
I think we should actually,
Oh.
I have it.
because it's only like 10 minutes long, and it'd just be.
It'd just
be a
me and
fun
Josh
little-
squirming the whole time.
Yeah, but you know what happened? As you were talking, the echo kept getting worse and worse because the bounce back kept getting. And I'm listening in a car, and it's like, man, these guys keep talking. It keeps getting worse and worse. This sounds terrible.
But you can't stop talking.
Yeah,
No.
It's radio.
yeah. It's
You can stop talking. I've seen it out. I've seen it done right in this chair, facing that direction.
yeah.
Michael.
Hey, Josh.
How
Bye,
are
guys.
you?
Good. I got Popeyes, Josh.
Yeah, I know. I'm bummed that I'm not eating it right now with you.
I'm not quite sure what I ordered because I was driving. But I know at least I know I got some spicy chicken strips, and I know I got some wings, and I also used my points to get some extra wings
Oh, there we go.
and some fries and a side. That's all I know. I don't know what the side is, but you didn't send it to my email, and you didn't send it to my.
It should be in
there.
your DM.
Now you got it. Okay.
Yeah, it should be right there.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
send
help
a link.
I'll help you out.
I don't know why it didn't.
I got it.
I don't know why it didn't work.
Where'd you send it before?
I have
The
no
ether?
idea.
Into the ether somewhere?
We may end up getting some weird guy joining us. In this,
Hey,
in the
Bob.
stream.
How
We'll
you
just say, hey,
been?
Bob,
Good to see
what's
you,
up?
Bob.
But well, anyway,
Hi, welcome to the show.
that was great. You know what? I had this great speech all planned out because it's Friday, right?
It's Friday, yes, sir.
And
Yeah.
you know how Sundays are about the NFL and Saturdays are about college, but Friday nights are for high school football. And here we are at this beautiful high school in the middle of Omaha, and it's a great night for football.
University of Nebraska football is on the air.
Snap, set, throw, passes, intercepted, touchdown Nebraska. Pick 6, Tommy Hill. Pick 6, Big Red. You can feel it in the air, like lightning on the edge of the night. Has another seat, 10-5, touchdown, Nebraska. You can feel it everywhere, but the party time all over tonight. It was Ty Robinson up in the air to knock it down. Friday night, the great night of football.
Oh, that middle is as soft as shit. Goodness.
Friday night, the great night of football.
We should have scored 42 or 50 points.
It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a great night of football tonight. Oh, that defense is coming, they're coming. Everybody needs more body contact once in a while. Stick on the way by Conrady, end over end, and it is good. Conrady hit a 50-yard field goal.
And I had my physical today, so I've been fasting.
Oh, you're fasting, yeah.
They had a bunch of stuff ready for it.
Oh, I bet. I wonder if they ended up doing the fried crawfish. We didn't talk about doing fried crawfish.
Dan said something about he couldn't find the crawfish, so we're going to have black and shrimp.
Oh, nice. So they have the crawfish at Costco. And also at Trader Joe's. There's a bunch of places that have it frozen. Frozen chicken.
5 seconds left. NIU up 16-14. 62-yarder. Snap. Every seat's the 50-yard line. Cheaters kick this blocked. The Huskies have done it. The Huskies with the biggest upset in NIU history. They come to South Bend, Indiana, and they knock off the number 5 team in the country.
Oh, man, woman, and child, I never thought I would live this long to see this kind of a football game.
Now my mic is on.
Who went to the doctor? Who went to the doctor today?
I did.
John. I go to the doctor every day.
I got my blood drawn, and
someone wondered if you got one of those lib jabs.
I got both my tetanus shot and my second
tetanus.
Yeah, I was due for tetanus. I was overdue.
Hey, Michael, you can get tetanus.
I've never had a tetanus shot.
Ever?
Really?
Ever. No. Well, one time when I fell and scraped myself on a fence, like when I was 10, I had to get a tetanus shot because of that, because they thought, but not since then, no.
Huh.
Never. And it's not even on my list. You know, it says all the things.
Yeah,
the only thing that's on my list I have not gotten is the shingles. I've not gotten the shingles shot.
I got that, and I got the second shingles.
I got everything else it says on my list except for that.
Well, Kevin, my physical was great. Everything was great.
How's your A1C? Your A1C good?
Well, I'll find out. They have to send it.
It should be already in there. It takes like 50 minutes to get the results back.
Well, I haven't.
It should be in your portal.
I'll look it up.
Jump in the portal and see how it's going.
The way technology is going today.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Maybe the portal won't work. I don't know.
I'm not going to take any chances.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Grum, everybody.
Wow.
What a day this has been.
Yeah. And it's only 2:18. It's only 2:18.
It is. It's only 2:18. But we've got apparently everything fixed. Everyone can hear everybody.
Nice.
No echoes.
Everything's fine.
We're all here. We're all here. We're fine.
That's the sad part, is that you're there and not where you were supposed to be.
Yeah, unfortunately, something happened with the internet at Roncalli, which is too bad. Maybe the cable got dug into because they just put in this beautiful new field turf surface. It was a long process. They literally started right after the end of the spring sports season.
Oh, wow.
Worked all through the summer. Of course, the rains that we had didn't help.
Right.
That field, Josh, you remember, it had a huge grade on it. So they had to level that sucker, and they just got it done, and they were ready to christen it tonight. They are going to christen it tonight. The game
Without
is
us.
on.
Without us.
But we're not going to be.
There'll be no Pope for the christening.
Yeah.
Pope John won't be there.
No, the bishop is not there for
the bishop
christening.
is not there, no.
But welcome to the Grum, everybody.
I'm so much darker than you guys.
Hey, Michael, don't bring race into this. It's only 2:19.
I think the lights.
What's the new sign in English soccer? It's
racist.
This. Yeah.
Racism.
Don't do
Just
that.
switch the camera, Michael, to
I did.
the. Oh,
I switched it to that. I switched it to this one, not mine. I switched it.
Well,
that's lower today.
Well, I'm higher in my chair. I always put my chair up.
He likes his chair up.
I like the chair high.
Yeah.
So that's
like
why.
Damon. You and Damon.
I've always had my chair low. Feels weird. I feel like Lily Tomlin in the big chair when it's really low.
I feel better
Feels weird.
low. I like it better.
Really?
Well, this is
and
more
normally I
medium.
have it higher than this, but I couldn't get the camera to go any higher. So
this is more medium, I think. I don't have it like super low.
Yeah, who used to, Vers on the floor, basically.
Vers would have it
sit.
on the floor.
I'm like, Vers, get off the floor, man.
Vers would have it on the floor. Well, welcome to the Grum. It's the Grum Down presented by the Referees. John Higgins Weather Guard. As you can see, we're live from the world-famous Roncalli concessions.
Oh, man.
Nice.
Awesome. I feel terrible for them because they were really wanting us here for this. But at least the good news is we get a Mully. They're going to have us back in a couple in a few weeks. And Michael, you can still come out.
I can come on out and see what's going on. Hey, everybody.
Ari Wasserman's going to join us from on3.com here in a little while.
I used to listen to his podcast. When he did the Big Ten, he did the Big Ten podcast.
Yeah.
Now, which is still saved on my phone, but it doesn't exist anymore. And like Mitch would do one, and you'd have, it was through the Athletic.
Oh, I remember that one, Michael.
That was a good one. And the Iowa-Nebraska one basically was done by Dr. Min and somebody else who was with Dr. Min. But I used to listen to their podcast all the time.
Yeah.
He's back with Staples now.
I saw that. Yeah,
on 3. Yeah.
What's up with Staples' clothes? I want to ask that of Ari. Like, you ever notice how tight that kid wears? Everything about a size too small.
And he lost a lot of weight, so I think he's like,
so he's showing off.
He's showing off a little bit.
The pants he has, there's a little video of him doing a dance with a player, and those pants are way too tight for PG. It's way too tight. I'm like, dude, come on, Holmes. Up a size.
Can GBR make a better impression on UNI than versus CU? We'll discuss. How many Huskers have made some Sunday money? You know, when last time Michael filled in, we talked about the possible draft picks.
Yep.
Now we've played a couple of games, and there were, what was there, 8 scouts? It's either 7 or 8 scouts.
Yeah, there were a ton there for the Colorado game. You mean?
Yeah, the Jets
and bowl people.
Jets, Dolphins, Panthers, Vikings. I remember those teams definitely were there. Kent's Movie Club. Maybe, you know what? I think we can blame Super Troopers for all of this. Mess.
Yeah, God, that's wow.
Well,
so I got
John,
stock
are
up.
you going to be on Michael's side for this discussion?
Find out at 3:45.
Anyway,
this is so disappointing. John, what happened to your sense of humor?
It's hold on.
Oh, here we go. We're starting already.
But I like a lot of funny movies. Like one of my top 5 movies is Caddyshack. That's a very funny movie.
Yes.
Stripes. I still occasionally watch Stripes when I have a chance. I watch a lot of comedies. There's a difference between comedies and whatever that was that I watched today between 8:30 and 9:40.
Why you didn't finish it?
I finished it.
I
finished it. Don't worry. I turned it up. I was watching at 1.5. The last 40 minutes, I'm like, God, this is not going to ever end. But, I got through it, and the end was...
you're here.
Yes, I'm here. I made it. Woo.
Yeah, and then we had to rush over here. We'll preview some of the big college football and NFL games this weekend. Why won't Colorado stop making goofy headlines? Oh, my goodness. This may become a thing where we're just going to have to keep an eye on them. I thought we were done with them.
Isn't that the goal, though?
I thought we were done with them.
Isn't the goal, though, for them to make... Isn't that their goal? Isn't that what anybody who's in promotions and public relations wants, to make headlines? I think that's what they want.
Well, they went to the extreme for these headlines. It is a cross-strain One Beer Friday, and we'll have our UNI key party, our keys to the game, and predictions all coming up on today's program. 402-951-1620 is the 42 degrees of source hotline by your mom's house.
Yeah.
J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. There's also the Equitable Bank inbox. It's John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Is it still MS Zone?
I don't think I have an email anymore.
They didn't give you
I don't. If they did, I have no idea.
People don't email you on Sundays?
Try emailing MS Zone at 1620.
Seriously,
right
if you want to email me, you can have my Gmail. It's michaelsevere@gmail.com without the apostrophe. Everybody has that. Email me. Go ahead.
There you go.
But
send Michael an email.
My Gmail's fine.
But technically, that's not the Equitable Bank inbox.
It is not, but when I'm here, it is. Because you know what?
It is
Old man
now.
Doug and I are close in age. So
that's true.
Then I can have my email be the same.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, all of those ways. Don't forget Equitable. They take banking personal. Answer the phone on the first ring last night. There's maybe Nick sabotaged this because he didn't want to be here.
Yeah.
To discuss last night's game, the Dolphins taking a dump against the Bills. But of course, the story that's coming out of the game is once again Tua is concussed, and the irony of ironies, or is it
who he got hit by?
That it was Damar Hamlin.
Yeah.
Now, it wasn't Damar's fault.
No.
I mean,
regular football play.
It was a regular football play, and it was Tua that went low and went in. And I don't know how you all reacted, but as soon as you saw that one hand go up,
Lansing. Yeah.
Knew what it was immediately.
I was like, please tell me he's not.
No, he's not.
Yep.
And yes, it is.
Yeah.
And so what is this? This is the fourth official?
Third. It's 5. It's 3 official. It's 5. They missed it 2.
Yeah. They missed the first one,
the
right,
one
against the Bills 2 years ago.
Against the Bills.
Yep. So that what's the fifth one, Michael?
He had one in Alabama.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So
back
now
in
you got to
college.
count all of them, not just the ones that happened in Miami. You need to count what's your concussion history and what's the prevalence of it. And now it's happening to him on that wasn't a knee to the head, a kick to the head, a helmet to helmet. It wasn't that bad.
I know.
No.
I know hitting the ground one is the worst one, and that's what happened. But he should never play again. He should never play the game of football again that involves pads.
I would agree.
Play flag football for the Olympics, but he shouldn't.
In fact, we're almost coming up on it, aren't we? Didn't it happen in the late?
No, that's second quarter still.
No, this was third. Oh, it is.
That's second quarter
I'm sorry.
still.
I'm looking at the wrong graph.
Yeah, second quarter still. No, it doesn't happen until third
I'm looking
quarter.
at the wrong
I was
graphic.
at a concert last night, so I wasn't. Trust me, I was monitoring the game, and I'm monitoring the game.
Any particular reason outside of entertainment?
Went 3-3 last night. It was a break even. So anyway, I'm like, I'm watching the phone, and you know how the phone gives you a little update and goes, failed 4th down conversion or something like that.
Right.
Tua injured, and I'm like, oh my god, not again. So when I got home, and it was late, and I knew I had to get up early. I had to get up at 4 this morning, and so I'm like, I don't have time. But then I watched the extended 12-minute highlight thing. And by the way, the NFL's version, as soon as he gets hit, they cut
away.
They cut it. They don't show it. So I had to go back and pull up the Miami news coverage to see how he looked after he got hit.
And Michael, so the same thing happened last night too on the broadcast. They showed the hit multiple times, but once he was on the ground, they never were like, "Hey, let's take a look at his hands," which gave us the obvious signal. Though they also reported it as a concussion. The Dolphins did within 10 minutes.
Oh,
maybe?
it was.
They didn't waste
fast.
any time.
Yeah,
last
they
night.
went down to Kaylee and they said out with a concussion. In fact, I saw it on Twitter first, even before she was able to get it out.
Me too.
So they were pretty fast in diagnosing it, but it wasn't as, I don't know if graphic's the right word, but when it happened in the Bengals game, that was freaky.
First of all, the hit was nasty, and then you see his hands go up.
Because what he did was, it was just, I think, his right hand that went up.
Yeah.
The other was clenched. Did you notice that? The other one was really clenched. That.
But did you notice, though, right away, he started flexing it? Like Tua did, like he was trying to, like he had a stinger and he's trying to get the feeling back in his hands, almost like it was a reaction to, oh crap, and he started moving his hands.
Yeah, it's Lansing. That's what the syndrome is, and it's basically a short circuiting of the brain to the nervous system, which is terrifying to think about. You do that on purpose when someone had a heart attack. You do that. You try to get your heart started. That shouldn't happen to a guy just getting hit in the head the way he got hit. He should never play the game again.
Do you think, Michael, whose decision do you think that will be? It's his, right? Like, do we think the league or the team can step in?
Because you know what the rules are, right? He needs to be out for basically 10 days.
Yeah.
No concussion symptoms, and then he'll be out for 10 to 14 days. I think the team needs to sit down with him, and he needs to make a decision with his family about it. It's up to him, sure. But what else do you need?
Oh, 100%.
What else do you need to quit? You've made your money. I think for a lot of people last year, you proved that you could be a good quarterback. There was a lot of doubt about that. He proved that last year, I think. Didn't prove he could beat good teams, but he proved that he could be a good quarterback. And then, you walk away with your health, hopefully.
Mike McDaniel was asked about it today and was kind of defensive in terms of talking about his career.
And he was a couple years ago, too. After the Bengals one, remember, he was very defensive.
We don't have the audio, but I'll read what he said. And he was kind of admonishing folks who were saying that, this should be it for him. He said, you're talking about his career, right? The career is his. And that's something that I think I really, really wish. I totally understand the question, and it's not misplaced. I totally get that's where people want to go to. I wish people would, for a second, hear what I'm saying. that bringing up his future is not in the best interest of him. So I'm going to plead with everybody that does genuinely care. That should be the last thing on your mind. That's Mike McDaniel talking about his quarterback. I mean,
a beautiful sentiment, but it's not true.
It's
not even close to being true.
First of all, it's a public sport. These people are in the public. Mm-hmm. This thing happened right in front of us. We all know the story. Everybody that watched last night, we probably all had the exact same reaction. Oh no, here we go again.
Yep.
There's no hiding it, and at some point, you just have to say, "This is it." Mm-hmm. This is it.
Yeah, for the betterment of his future, for the betterment of him, of his health.
And let's face it, for the betterment of the league.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? It's crazy to me because before COVID, all the talk was about the dangers of football and CTE and everything and how the sport has to change. And the NFL was like, oh, my gosh, we got to do this. We got to do that.
Right.
And then strangely, after COVID happened, and I'm not saying it's COVID's fault. It just seems like it's like a break in the timeline. After that, we still talk about CTE. We still talk about, targeting and everything that has happened, but we're not like where we were in 2018, 2019, where it was, man, this is a dangerous sport. We got to look out for these people.
Right.
We have to do different things. And you mentioned it on the highlights. NFL immediately cut out the replay. Same thing with Amazon last night. It's almost like we are regressing back to where we were in the early 2010s in terms of, well, yeah, we acknowledge it's a dangerous sport, but then we quickly move on.
But they did change the game in so many ways.
And it did change the game.
I think that's why they don't talk about it, because they changed the game so much. And concussions, according to the people who actually study this, they are down.
Sure,
so that's probably why I don't talk as much about it. But I understand what you say. It did go away.
But this conversation, the conversation that McDaniel's trying to tamp out.
Sure.
I mean, that's again, if this would have been 6-7 years ago, the conversation's probably a lot more dramatic than it is that we're having right now.
Right? Well, don't you think that's why this feels like a moment where, I mean, we have seen massive concussions. We have seen some brutal injuries. We have never seen, at least that I can remember, and maybe you can help me out, John and Michael, has there ever been a moment where the league or a team has forcibly kind of moved on from a player or told that player to retire? That would be, I can't
ever recall.
Not for concussions. I mean, there's guys that because of their knees and the neck, that's the big thing. You had a number of guys coming out of the 70s and 80s that had bad necks that they were recommended to retire, but
not something
forced.
where, not something where the NFL said it's too dangerous for you. You can't compete anymore.
Yeah, so we'd be entering into kind of a new era where it's like, oh, wow, they basically forced this player to retire, and they decided to move on from him.
And by the way, in the moment, no one is saying that right now, but you do wonder if at some point
that pressure is going to start at some point in time.
Sure,
if it's not, I haven't had a chance to read a whole lot of the opinions coming out of the game last night, but I have to imagine that that's what a lot of people are thinking.
Well, it was asked about obviously in McDaniel's press conference today, which is why he responded as he did. It's being talked about, and quite frankly, it should, because
100%.
It was a scary moment, and we just don't need another one of those. And we've advanced so far. I mean, I still remember when concussions were, talked about, like getting his bell rung and how guys would return to the game after that.
Yeah.
So yes, a lot of the protocols much better, the safety much better. We're seeing guys now wearing the Guardian hat now. But in terms of what you do now in a situation like this, especially one that features a quarterback, a high-profile quarterback who's already been the, I'm using air quotes, victim of some rather dramatic on-camera injuries. There will be a conversation, and I agree with Michael.
And something that Amazing Daniel talks about, the team can cut him. You got to remember, there's a union there, and there's a lot of rules in place for health and safety. And so you can't just necessarily cut a player because of injury.
Mm-hmm.
There's a buyout, obviously, that can happen, but they can also be major lawsuits. It's not as easy as just cutting someone who's injured.
Right.
You just can't. That doesn't work that way during the preseason. But this is a guy that has a multi-year contract, and you're going to say, we're going to cut him. First, you got to take all of that money. Is going to get thrown on top of it. And then you have to go through the union. You can't cut somebody mainly because of their injury. It just doesn't work that way in the NFL.
Yeah, and then on top of that too, Michael, the idea of him like retiring and giving up all that money. What do players who sign large contracts often talk about? It's like, I'm doing this, yes, for myself, but also for the other quarterbacks in the future.
Right.
And so like it's just not as easy as like retire because he's not going to get paid, right? He'd have to forfeit. He'd have to forfeit
if he
a large.
Retired,
he'd have to forfeit a large portion of his money.
Hokey Skur on our YouTube chat, and by the way, you can always comment in the YouTube chat room. It's a fun little community they've created. But talking seriously here, Hokey Skur works in sports medicine. Can honestly say his sports medicine team should be telling him to consider retirement. This should also be a lesson for quarterbacks not to lead with the head and slide. And that's the thing about last night was this wasn't he's trying to get a first down.
And he already had it.
He already had the first down.
He had his 4 yards.
But remember, when you slide feet first in the NFL, it's where the slide started. That's where the ball is spotted. So he's probably thinking, I've got to make sure that I get this first down. So I'm going in.
I wonder. Sometimes I wonder about players just thinking, I'm going to be tough. And I'm going to run through this. And
consider who it is and consider his background and his family. I mean, that is he had a
great point, John, about his dad.
He had a pretty tough upbringing, and it was like, hey, you play football like football's supposed to be played. I'm again using
John. I'm happy you brought that up because I couldn't help but think when they showed him walking to the locker room and like you could see his face in that moment. I couldn't help but think, I wonder what he's thinking right now. Beyond, another concussion, I'm wondering if he's like feeling that feeling that he shouldn't have of like, I let my team down, I let my parents down, I let my dad down. I couldn't help but think about that, just knowing his background and knowing that this is again the 5th time that he has had a concussion in his life. At least that's what we know.
At
about,
a minimum,
right?
He could have some in high school, sure.
Exactly.
Right.
402-951-1620. We got a lot to come. We just mentioned all the things in the Grum Down. We'll certainly preview the game this weekend. Michael, we're going to take advantage. I don't know if you caught this, Michael, but Farron was having a good time with you in your film study on this.
Yeah,
game
so there's no way
Tuesday.
I would have caught that because there's an amount of segments that I just don't listen to. One involves the Kansas City announcer, and the other one definitely is the Mike Farron segment because he's talking about two things I don't care about. Either himself or baseball. That was mean. I love Mike, but I can't stand baseball, and I'm not watching, so I don't want to watch. So I don't listen to that.
Did you know the Mets are in the playoff?
I have no idea. I have no idea and don't care.
I'm just testing.
I have no idea who's only person I know that's not good because you guys do it all the time. You talk about where the White Sox losses, so I know about that. Other than that.
That's amazing. I'm impressed by you.
I don't
agree with you, but I'm impressed
I don't care.
by you.
Michael, it's nice having another football sicko with me today. John hates football now, so it's nice having someone that actually likes
football. Who's the one that just created that beautiful Friday anthem at 4:30 this morning?
Do you believe that you should stick to your principles?
Yes.
I said 10 years ago, if they ever went full DH, I wasn't watching baseball anymore. I'm a National League guy. Grew up a National League guy.
I thought
don't
you
watch
gave
American
up on
League.
it before
I don't
the
watch.
DH.
No.
Oh, okay.
I stopped watching it last year. This is my second year not watching baseball.
Okay.
And I'm not going to watch it with the DH. Screw the DH. You want to be all American League? Why don't you bring back those giant pads the umps used to wear? Stupids. So for the draft, I got stock up, stock down, stock steady.
I look forward to it. We're going to have that conversation.
But the Farron thing, Michael, was he was making fun of you for watching Northern Iowa film. Yeah.
Well, I do a TV show on Tuesday nights. I gotta kind of know what I'm talking about. I gotta make a pick too.
Yeah,
I gotta make a pick,
and we're gonna take advantage of your diligent film study.
And I also read the play-by-play from the St. Thomas game. That's more.
That's sicko.
Sick than watching 13 minutes of highlights from Valpo.
So if Josh is a pervert, what does that make you? A football pervert?
I can be a pervert. I'm fine with that. I love it.
Our generation doesn't have hang-ups with that.
I have no problem with it.
We'll be back. 1620 The Zone.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook, their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey folks, it's Karen from Shamrock. Torrential downpours and golf ball size hail, or scorching hot and dry as a bone. This weather is hard to predict, but one thing we can say for sure, there's never been a better time to get your roof replaced from this season's storm damage. Let our inspections team document the damage for your insurance company and get your new roof covered. We have people still in your neighborhood ready to inspect and fix or replace your roof and help work with your insurance company. One call does it all. Call or visit shamrockroofer.com.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Severe for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. You survived the heat of the summer, and now it's the best time of the year in Nebraska. It's the fall. Come celebrate autumn the way you should with some ice cream at Ted and Wally's. Made the old-fashioned way, from scratch, craft churned with rock salt and ice and locally sourced ingredients. So whether it's just getting out after dinner, a midday snack, or after one of the many events with the kids, stop by Ted and Wally's 2 locations in Benson, 60th and Maple, or the Old Market, 11th and Jackson. And remember, always tell them Severe sent you.
What's that old saying? When life gives you lemons, you add them to your Godfather's Pizza feast. Yeah, that's right. Build your own feast with my tangy lemon bar streusel. For a limited time, get any medium specialty pizza piled high with the best toppings, a medium one-topping pizza, and my delicious lemon bar streusel, bursting with bright lemon flavor. Order yours today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Well, I would say we're enjoying all this great food today from Roncalli, but instead it's the Popeyes that Michael ordered. The wings are good, though.
They are good.
That's the what did you say?
This is the new sweet chipotle.
The sweet chipotle.
The saucy wings. And then that's my favorite ones, the ghost pepper ones, because that's how Popeye's chicken used to taste in New Orleans. That's how it tastes.
And it is.
before.
That's why it explains that.
Yep.
Well, let's welcome in on the I gotta figure out where I'm at.
Oh, am I on your way? Like, move the
you're
food
fine.
out of the way?
It's one of those days, friends. We're just going to be all over the map. Ari Wasserman from On3 Sports joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Ari, don't mind us. We've had a day today, so we're just having our late lunch during the Grum.
Yeah, I understand. No problem.
So, Ari, this week in college football, week 3 coming up. But so far, obviously, the story around here is Nebraska and Dylan Raiola and, how he has been able to perform through 2 weeks of the season. I'm curious from your perspective, kind of watching from afar, if this is kind of meeting what you thought as someone who has covered recruiting for a while and knows the impact of these 5 stars. I'm curious what you think of his performance after 2 weeks.
Somebody posted on Twitter at some point last week, I can't remember who it was, but asking in a semi-funny way, but maybe marginally serious, if this is the best or one of the best downfield passers Nebraska's had in program history. And you guys would know this better than me, but is that even a funny question?
No.
We've Vince Ferragamo.
That's 40 years ago. 25 years ago.
50 years ago, yeah.
And I would so your answer, Ari, is yes.
Yeah.
This seems to be the best, at least what we've seen.
Yeah. So obviously, when you start going down best in history stuff, you need results over an extended period of time. But I think when you ask about, how exciting this should be for Nebraska fans, I think that it goes without saying that it should be very exciting. I mean, we're talking about a player that was rated number 1 in most recruiting services as a very athletic player that had comps to Patrick Mahomes. And, he could have been going to Georgia. He could have been going to Ohio State. And he chose a program that he has a connection to, that he can make a difference at. And, I truly believe that that's something that can happen. I wouldn't have written what I wrote if I didn't. So in terms of what he ends up accomplishing, that's the fun of the game, and we'll continue to watch along. But in terms of hype and, the look about him, I think that it certainly matches up with what he was supposed to be coming out of high school. And it would have been this way somewhere else. It just wouldn't have been as interesting, because if he was really good at Georgia, then it just would have been Georgia has a really good quarterback, and it's not the way that headlines are made. Headlines are made by something new, something interesting, something exciting, and I think Nebraska checks those boxes.
Ari, as John mentioned, you've been covering recruiting for quite some time. I wonder what type of impact you think he will be able to make. Obviously, people around here are hoping that he only has a 3-year run, because then he's off to the NFL. What type of impact could he have on Nebraska recruiting in such a short amount of time?
Well, I mean, I think that the first thing that we have to acknowledge is that Nebraska, despite the fact that it's been down for a pretty long time in terms of what the expectations are and what the results have been, has still recruited at a pretty impressive clip, especially considering the fact that the state isn't necessarily known or isn't a hotbed for, high school talent. They still have been recruiting in the top 30, top 25 range, even through the down period. So when you look at what he could bring in terms of attention, you got the entire country watching him now. If it turns into an 8-9 win season, which I actually think is on the table this year, and he becomes a star, people are going to want to play with him. And it might not just only be in recruiting and the high school players. It might be in the portal. I think Nebraska is probably one of the more attractive portal destinations in college football. When you look at the stadium they play in, the fan appreciation, the NIL situation, facilities, everything. Nebraska's got everything that somebody who's looking for a second go of things would want. So, I think that having a really good quarterback is an exciting thing that makes people, more hopeful for wins. But I do think that his presence, and if he reaches his ceiling at Nebraska, makes him a more attractive destination for people who want to play with him right away. And Nebraska, a more prominent brand in the minds of young players who weren't alive or weren't around when Nebraska was dominating in the 90s.
All right, with the new Pac-12 in place, you're going to add 2 more teams to get to 8. Who would you pick? And are you surprised that UNLV wasn't the pick? They have media days there. There's so many events that happen there. Are you surprised that UNLV wasn't the 7th or the 8th team to go in with the original 6?
Well, nothing in realignment really surprises me, and I think that what we've learned is that even when things seem weird at the beginning, there's usually a reason for it. So if you're asking me for my pick, does it have to be a realistic one?
No, you can.
Is there anything unrealistic anymore? I guess
you're gonna bring back the teams that went out to the ACC. That would be kind of cool.
I mean, if you gave me a magic wand and asked me what I would restore in college football if I were the czar or in charge of it, it would be to reorganize the conferences so that geography made sense. I would want the Pac-12 teams to be back together. I'd want the Southern football versus Northern football versus West Coast football versus Texas, Oklahoma. I want all that. So if it were up to me, I'd probably put the Arizona schools back in there, or I would put the Cal and Stanford programs back in there so that the Pac-12 conference was actually a Pacific conference. So, I don't know that we're ever going to be able to put the genie back in the bottle and fix those things. Maybe it'll work out when we get to the 2 power conference world. But for the time being, it makes no sense to me, and is frankly annoying that Stanford and Cal are in the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Talking with Ari Wasserman of On3.com on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Obviously, the story last weekend was Notre Dame and getting upset by Northern Illinois. You were asked a question this week in your On3 mailbag about Marcus Freeman and whether or not this is the time to fall out of love with him. Recruiting, is that the thing right now that still gives you some hope that, other things can be fixed and that, Freeman can get this program in the conversation? Not that they've lost the conversation, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was having this conversation with my colleague Andy Staples in the car last night, and I think that the reality is that when you are a college football coach, your main responsibility is to assemble a competitive roster or a good roster. And I would say that that's 85 to 90% of the job. The other 10% being play calling, culture, NIL. Maybe it's a little bit more now with NIL, but you get the point. That's your main responsibility. And Marcus Freeman, from what I see and what I saw, did a really good job of assembling a very good roster that I thought had a chance coming into the year to go undefeated against that schedule and potentially win a playoff game. So, in the things on the pantheon of what to get upset about or what's easiest to be fixed, having a coach who doesn't have a good roster is the thing that's hardest to fix. Now, that doesn't excuse losing to NIU, especially considering the fact that he has lost to Marshall and a very bad Stanford team already during his tenure. This stuff should be cleaned up by now.
Mm-hmm.
Levels of panic when it comes to a coach, I think upsets that shouldn't have happened because his team was sleepwalking, it ranks pretty low, especially in this new era where they could still literally make the playoff this year, in comparison to a coach that has struggled with recruiting, doesn't understand recruiting, can't get people to come to the school, stinks in the portal, and didn't create or foster a competitive roster. So I'm not saying that he's blameless or that if you're a Notre Dame fan, you shouldn't be upset or discouraged by what happened. It was terrible. I would be. But I don't know that I would punt on the entire thing because he lost a game that he shouldn't have, especially when I think that they've got a competitive roster that still, in this weird sport of ours, could surprise some people this year.
Hey, Ari, speaking of the playoff, you've had a fairly hot and cold relationship with the idea of the expanded CFP over the last few years. I know you came around a bit on it at the end of last season after Florida State got left out through 2 full weeks and week 0 as well. Have you enjoyed how the end of this year has changed maybe the way you watch games in the early part of the season?
No, that's the thing that I don't like about it. I wish that there were more consequences for losing, but at this point in the year, last year, there weren't that many consequences for losing either. So, I do think that on one hand, Notre Dame should be excited that they still have a chance to potentially get in. I do believe that if they were to win the rest of their games, they would. But on the other hand, losing to NIU should probably knock you out of being a national champion. So, like, to me, the reason why I came around is because living with a system, in my opinion, that allows more teams into the playoff than I believe deserve to on an annual basis is much better than leaving teams out that deserve to be in, which happened for the first time last year. So, I don't know if my regular season viewing experience is better now because of it. I think but also I haven't gotten to the point of the season yet where those 8, 9, 10 seeds are going to be playing in a bunch of games in November that wouldn't have mattered. So I think that the extended playoff is going to be great. Those match, and I hope we get a bunch of new games in November that matter when they wouldn't have last year. But my premise has always been those games mattered. They just mattered in September and October earlier in previous renditions of the playoffs. So we'll see, how it goes. But, consequences for losing makes for more inherent television, and we don't have those right now. So that's been my take from the beginning. And it's still college football, and I still love watching it, and everybody still loves watching it. But that's kind of where I stand on that.
Or there's a September Heismans throughout the years that have popped up, and people have thought that could be the person, and then obviously not around in November, December. Is there someone now? Is there a chance that maybe we could have a running back? What's your feel in terms of the Heisman race as early as it is?
I mean, it's impossible to actually pick who's going to win the Heisman right now.
Right.
But we talk about it all the time. So, I mean, I think the best overall player that I've watched for the first 2 weeks is Ashton Genty from Boise State, but I don't think he's going to win. I don't think he's going to go to New York, because as the season progresses and we get more context on who's really good and who's winning big games, Boise State's probably not going to be on that stage. Maybe they will be if they're undefeated and they have the G5 angle to the playoffs. And and Andy, who's sitting next to me, just reminded me that they lost to Oregon last week. That was basically a win in my mind because it was such a good game.
Yeah, right.
But I do think that if I had to pick somebody to keep an eye on, that isn't just one of the preseason favorites and isn't boring, I think I would go with Cam Ward right now. I think there's a potential that Miami is a very, very good football team this year, and we're starting to get a sense that this isn't just like a turnaround to 10 wins. This could be a team that is very dangerous in December when these playoff games are being started, and you bring a quarterback in who's functional and good, and he's played very well through the first 2 weeks of the season. If you bring the U back, I think that's a pretty compelling storyline, because I think it's also not just how good you are, but it's also what's your story, what did you do, and doing it at a place that has been dying to be good again, I think enhances his marketability in the voting of that. So that's who I would be picking right now, but also Miami could lose next weekend and then he would just be last. So I have no idea.
Right.
We're doing the best that we can from week to week.
Ari Wasserman of On3 joining us on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. Oregon's gotten off to a hit and miss start. You just mentioned the Boise State game, and while there's no shame in a close game against Boise, they were nearly a 3-touchdown underdog. When you look at Oregon right now, they've got the rivalry game against Oregon State this week. Then they get a week off before they inaugurate their first Big Ten season. Does Oregon need to show you something this week to maybe keep you from thinking that, oh, this team might not be as good as we thought?
Yeah, I mean, those thoughts are already crept in my head. I mean, watching it 2 weeks in a row. But, I fall into these traps every year, and it's part of watching the sport. But it's like, what if Boise State is just really, really good? Like they might have just laid an egg week 1 against Idaho, but then played a really tough competitive game against a team that makes the playoff at the end of the year. Like that, we don't know if they laid an egg last week or played a really good football team. So, I'm not necessarily someone who jumps off the bandwagon. And I'm not even sure I'm off the Notre Dame bandwagon in terms of whether or not they can make the playoff after what happened, because, if NIU missed a kick, they probably still would be in the top 5. So Oregon has too many good for me to think. And I'm still pretty high on what their ceiling would be this year. And, cannot wait till October 12th when they're probably going to be undefeated playing Ohio State. And I think that's the day that I'll really get to be able to sink my teeth into just how good both of those teams are.
Along those lines, Ari, how many teams do you trust right now in college football?
2. We mean trust, like in the scope of the national championship?
Yeah,
race?
like like if you feel that way you do about the Ducks. So like the inverse of that, is it Texas and Georgia? Is that it?
I mean, Ohio State would be in there too, with what they have on their roster. But yeah, I mean, Texas has burned me a lot in my lifetime, and I'm still like a scorned lover getting over that. So I don't know if I would say I'm absolutely 100% bought. Be awesome in the SEC, but yeah, I mean, they would be on that list too, I assume. Georgia, Ohio State, and Texas, I think, are three teams that I feel fairly certain are going to be in that playoff at the end of the year.
I know that any job that pays a lot and is a big program is a good job, but if Florida goes the direction it's going, do you consider that one of the top jobs still, based off where they are and everything, if they have to make a change?
Yeah, the best job, I think that the one constant that will never change, no matter how good or bad the current team is where you're situated geographically.
Right.
And I think Florida is a program with the right coach that could be a perennial national championship contender, literally every single year. Like you get that thing rolling in Florida, that is a cool program. They've got great uniforms. They're in a great place to live. And honestly, if I was cool enough, I'd live in Gainesville too. But I think that it's a very attractive job. I remember when Texas was bad, 10 years ago, and people were like, well, this isn't a top job in America anymore. It's like, yeah, it is. Mm-hmm. They still pay a lot of money. It's still in Texas, and they still have a really high ceiling as a program. So I view Florida kind of in that same light of like, it's been kind of rough there for the last 5, 6, 7 years. But if you get the right person in there, you have a chance to do what Georgia's doing. Maybe not to the same extent because they don't have the state of Georgia to themselves, but kind of in that same realm. So for me, if it was my job that I was going for, I probably would want a Mark Stoops type situation where I could go to a place, make a ton of money, and not get fired if I don't go 11-1 or undefeated every year. But in terms of being a competitive person who wants to win a national championship, I do still think that there are teams that are in the top tier of that category, and there are teams that are build up once every 5 years and still have a chance to win it. Like if I were Lane Kiffin, I would definitely take the Florida job if I want to win a national championship, because Ole Miss, even though they're much better than Florida right now, I still think that Florida's ceiling on an annual basis is higher than Ole Miss's is. So yes, I think that Florida is in that threshold of teams that could be powerhouses nationally. And the reason why their coaches keep getting fired is because they're not realizing that potential, and that's what they expect. So pressure cooker of a job, but you'll make a heck of a lot of money. And if you're the right person, you can win a national title there.
Ari Wasserman on 3 Sports. Ari, we appreciate the time. Thanks a lot. Enjoy the games this weekend.
All right, I appreciate it. Take care, guys.
You're welcome.
Thanks,
Ari.
Ari.
Ari Wasserman of On 3 Sports. By the way, we're coming.
It's getting ready to happen, yeah.
Yeah, we've got the replay of the Dolphins game on NFL Network, and we're one play away here because it's going to be a 4th down play, I believe.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, 4th down play in which so I'll be curious to see how they handle it here on this
on
this
replay.
full game replay on NFL Network.
Hey, Michael, I want to ask you the question you just asked him. What do you think about Florida as a job still? Because I was with you where when I'm growing up, they're awesome.
Yeah.
Spurrier leaves and they take a step back, and then Urban Meyer shows up and they're awesome again. And so it's what do they always say about sports, right? Like how you felt as a kid is kind of how you've always viewed things. Yes. So I am always stunned that Florida sucks because I feel like they should be awesome all the time.
I'm not trying to get in trouble. This is just like me sitting here with you guys chatting. Mm-hmm. I do believe that some of the issues politically that state has is going to make it tough at some of the schools for students to decide to go there eventually, the direction it's going. I think that could be a problem. Yeah. Yes, they can win, obviously. We've seen Miami down forever, and Miami's right there too. We saw Florida State go through some struggles, obviously. Yep. But yeah, obviously they can win there, but I do think it's a tenuous situation there in the state of Florida right now in terms of their education system and people choosing to go to school there. I know it's not about school, it's about money and playing football, but that is an issue for some people. It still is an issue for some people. So
by the way, they just showed it. They're
cut away right
they're
away?
replaying the whole thing.
Yep, they're showing the whole thing.
Yeah, they're replaying the whole thing.
Yeah, they're even showing the replay. I didn't get the replay in my highlight package on NFL Network, NFL.com.
Here's the one slow-mo replay, and they
cut the commercial.
cuts to commercial. But yes, they are.
Which is what they did for the record last night. They did not waste a whole lot of time. They went to commercial pretty fast.
So
it's terrifying to see.
It is.
That's absolutely terrifying to see.
It wasn't as terrifying as Cincinnati because, again, he starts flexing. But once you know, A, what to look for, and B, what he's already been through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
And John, do you remember that? And Michael, too. The 1-2 years ago, that happened live, and they showed it over, and they showed the fencing over and over and over and over. This time, they never. You never had a close-up angle. No. The announcers never talked about the fencing. They very much moved on, and then they got the official report, and then it was just like, oh my gosh, what do you do now?
No, but sorry to sidetrack, but because they were replaying, I wanted to at least acknowledge it. The Florida situation, it's funny because forget Florida was not good for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Right. I mean, Florida
all bowl coach.
And a lot of it was the whole state of Florida. Remember, Florida as this destination populous state is only like a last 50 years thing.
Sure.
For the longest time,
great migration.
Florida was just the most southern state. But then it got bigger. And then, of course, Florida State brought in great football. Miami immediately followed, and Florida immediately followed after that. So there's at least been a history that program hasn't been great. But now we're in a different era where you're competing nationally for recruits with everybody. Everybody's coming into Florida for what you're trying to do. It's a good athletic department. I mean, obviously, the baseball team does great. Strangely enough, think about it. Basketball, since the glory days.
This was a poor choice to hire.
Yeah.
When LSU talked about hiring him, I was preaching, do not hire that guy. Smart money, make money. He's not a great coach. I know what he did at Louisiana or USL. You watch those games. He was not a good analytical coach. He made a lot of poor decisions. He was a very lucky coach. And great, at that level, luck can't help you win, the Southland Conference or the Sun Belt Conference or those places. Not here. Not in the SEC. You're not going to win there. And I've never liked him as a coach. Just don't think he's I don't think he's a very good game manager. I think he could be okay recruiting, but managing the game, like Franklin. I can't stand watching Franklin coach Penn State. You've got to be able to, during the game, make decisions that help your team win, and he does not do that.
Yeah, and if you're going to be bad on the field on a Saturday, you have to be like elite at the other stuff. And so, like you just said, Michael, he's
Mac
good.
Brown.
Yeah, you're very
Mac
good
Brown.
at recruiting, but if you're not elite at recruiting, then it just the margins are not as large.
And start your superstar freshman.
Yeah, what the hell?
Why wouldn't
They're
you?
going to play both quarterbacks this weekend.
See,
what are they doing?
To me,
what are you doing?
That's translation for this change is coming, and it may happen. It started last week because he played due to injury.
Right.
I would not be surprised. And we're talking about DJ Lagway.
Yeah.
If he's not full-time starting by October, I would be stunned. Either that or things have really gone off the rails, which could start again this week because they got Texas A&M.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I don't think
that is a tough defense to face as a true freshman, but
I have Florida as one of my 5 considerations for moneyline dogs. Arizona, Florida, Colorado State, plus 230, UCLA, and UNLV tonight. Those are my 5 considerations.
What do you like about Florida in this matchup?
I just like the matchup the way it's going in terms of I think that speed-wise, they'll be very good. And I don't trust, and I haven't ever trusted A&M. I just don't trust A&M.
Yeah.
The program in general, going back to the first time I ever went to a game there, back when I was in college, I just don't trust them. And they're the kind of program that in a game like this where everybody's saying Florida's done, the coach is going to get fired, they're the program that screws this. They screw the pooch. That's what they do.
Well, we'll look more into that game. We got some other games we'll preview as well, still to come here today on the Grum. Again, we were supposed to be today at Omaha Roncalli for the best concession stand in the state. Dan and the boys, all the Eddies, had some great things prepared for us. They were going to have some blackened shrimp for Michael.
Oh!
Dan was working on some egg rolls, but unfortunately, there's an issue with the internet. There's no school today, so it's more of a skeleton crew. There's some it's like Catholic teacher in service day essentially.
Did you know that school is the sister school to my school in New Orleans? Same bishop started that whole Rummel system.
Really?
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, I went to De La Salle. There's actually a Rummel in New Orleans, but we're closely related to Roncalli, which used to be Rummel.
Yep.
You walk in there, there's a picture when you walk in there of this bishop and that's the same guy.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's pretty cool.
But unfortunately, we couldn't be there today, but we will be back next month. So I appreciate everyone from Roncalli wanting us there today, but unfortunately, technology said no. And technology
said no a lot today.
Technology almost killed Ari like 3 times today.
That was crazy.
I was this close to saying, and we lost him, and then he came.
And the most important thing,
guys, if you're going to remember one single thing that I say today, remember this.
This will get you $150,000. Listen,
the winning lottery numbers are 6, 8.
Damn it, Ari. And I so wanted to ask him since Andy was sitting. I was like, does Andy have on a Smedium? Does he have a Smedium shirt on right now? I just want to know.
By the way, did they ever announce where the winning lottery ticket came from? The Mega Millions?
I don't follow.
Oh, you didn't? Yeah, they just did it.
There's a better chance I'm going to hit this 5 team than I'm going to win the lottery.
No, I'm just curious. Someone hit the $700 million.
Oh, did they really?
This
okay.
week,
That's little now. Now that we've gone over $1 billion in the past, now it's little.
Did you notice they've changed all the billboards?
No, I haven't. What do you mean?
All the if you notice when you drive to Lincoln tomorrow, look for the billboards. They're digital.
Yeah.
And there's a bar underneath where it can say either millions or billions.
Oh, really? No, I've not noticed that.
Yeah.
It still has the state one and then the Powerball and the Mega Millions.
Yeah.
Still has that.
They've changed them both. They've changed them all out. So they're digital now.
Okay.
And you can either read millions.
It's like Y2K.
Billions.
You got to get that new number in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it. Okay.
All right. When we come back, Michael, last time he was here a month ago, we talked about some of the guys that could definitely be drafted, but from Nebraska. Now that we're a couple games in the season, I really want to look at the defensive side. And Michael's categorized these in
stock up,
steady,
stock down.
Yeah. Are there actual people whose stock is down on
and
this
you want to do
Alfano?
So I have.
I don't think
he's not draft eligible. First of all,
my bad. Sorry,
and I did everybody that we had offense and defense, but I cannot specialize.
No, that's
on
fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. We've got the time. We're here.
All right.
It's a One Beer Friday. It's brought to you by our good friends at Cross Strain Brewery. Well, at least
Is there still the NA beer in there?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Michael's NA beer
My
is
NA
still
beer,
in there, and we got our Cross Strain. Josh is joining us from Minneapolis, where he's going to be enjoying some more exciting Gopher ball. This weekend.
Yeah. I think Nevada could cover this game, John. Do we have it in predictions?
Ooh, I don't. Do you really believe
No.
it? Is it 16? What is it?
16.5?
Yeah. You feel that way? Okay.
Dude, I watched Minnesota last week versus Rhode Island.
I know you did. And I like Jay's still there, right? Jay Norvell's still there? For Nevada?
Norvell's at
Where'd he
CSU.
go?
Oh, no, he's at
Colorado
CSU.
State. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's the coach at Nevada now or Nevada?
Don't remember his name.
Okay. Just curious.
Is it all?
When I looked at that number, I think it was like 40 to 30. It was 38 to 14 was the score.
Is it Choate? Jeff Choate?
That could be it.
Yeah.
That sounds
Jeff
right.
Choate.
Yeah. Awesome.
I bet it's pronounced Choate.
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 I think it's Choate.
Choate.
Because he was a coordinator, right? Before he got this gig?
He was the head coach at
Montana State.
Oh, he was co-DC at Texas.
At Texas, yeah. I've heard his name pronounced before.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's Choate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Choate.
Choate.
Yeah. Jeff.
Well, if you want, that can be your upset special.
Yeah.
Maybe it will be. Maybe it will
super
be.
dog. Maybe a super dog.
You can have
Maybe
a
it
super
will
dog.
be.
All right, we'll come back and have more. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this wonderful One Beer Friday, 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone mobile app. Don't forget, Big Red Overreaction tomorrow night after the game will be on The Zone and on 101.9 The Keg. So if you are driving back from Omaha, you can pull us in on any of the
Keg is so
stream,
good.
but
It's so good.
the Keg signal, it booms.
It's amazing.
It's a big signal.
So weird.
But you can check us out there. And then on Sunday morning, bright and early for some.
Yeah, for
not
some.
as much for others.
I mean, honestly,
8 a.m.
I get up, I come in like 6:15 or so, just because I want to edit and do that kind of stuff. And last week, Joey and I were tired. Both of us were tired.
Yeah, I was running 5 hours of sleep. It felt like one heck of a hangover.
Yeah, I got home at midnight and then I watched the first half of the game.
Well, if we're having a hangover after this Saturday,
boy.
something bad happened.
Yeah.
Something bad happened. But Severe Reaction, 8 a.m. right here on the Zone, zone.com, Zone TV. And don't forget, today is the last day you can get your picks in for the $25,000 four-quarter pick'em. We're giving away $2,500 over 10 weeks, thus the $25K. This week, you pick 10 games, not against the spread, straight up. Winner gets $2,500. And in case of a tie, it's the first entry that was received among those who tied.
I don't want to seem like a doubter, but I don't buy any of this. It doesn't feel right. Something is a fix-in.
Don't buy it.
Is it like Monopoly money or something? Is it yen?
Real money.
Is it yen?
This is real
It's
money.
not real, right?
This is real money.
I don't.
This is not
sounds like too much.
Bitcoin. This is real.
I worked here. Where's all this money come from? What are they doing? They're
We
like
gave away a
laundering
Super
money
Bowl
now.
trip once.
Yeah, they got that sponsored. It was free for us.
Michael, we didn't tell you about our new 1620, the car wash that we
Yeah,
have.
there you
as
go. It's
well.
they're laundering money. That
Yeah,
makes
we have
sense.
Our bookkeeper, her name is Skylar.
Yeah,
She's
I-
really, really good.
I
Ted
believe
Beneke, I think, is helping out as well.
I completely
Hey, but
believe
John,
that.
by the way,
Anyway,
speaking of
1620zone.com.
registering for things, the Vallis passes, to get those as well. This is I don't remember the exact drop dead date for getting the season passes, but I believe it's like tomorrow. So go
right.
register right now at 1620thezone.com as well.
So the last time Michael was here was before the season started. We went down the list. And how many deep did we go?
We were legitimately at 9.
Okay. I thought
We had 9. We had 9 legitimate ones.
Yeah. But then we actually dipped a little bit further into possible draft guys. And as we know, Nebraska in the NFL draft, it's been like, living in the desert. It's been barren and there's no life here. But
It's incredible because Nebraska is still in the top. I think it's 6 or 7, Josh. Have you seen the number of draft picks history of colleges? I think they're 6th or 7th ever. It's
I haven't
high.
seen an updated number, but
It's-
I remember
it
the
used to
last
be
time I saw it
really
a few
high.
years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were still very, very high.
Well,
even with all the
I'll
struggles.
double check that while we look, but
Yeah.
Michael's going to take that list that we had from a month ago. And we're going to talk some stock up, stock no change, stock down.
So who are the players for
let
those
me,
of us?
Let me
who
tell
may
you
have
who
missed
was
it?
on the list when we did
Yeah.
it last time. I'll
perfect.
pull up the email because I save all my emails.
Boom roasted John.
Yeah. So we got so I'm gonna go highest ranked pick down.
Okay.
Right? So you have Tommy Hill, Ty Robinson, Jamal Banks, Isaiah Nair, Micah Mazuka, Ben Scott, Nash Hutmaker, Deshaun Singleton. Then we had like a note that, if Thomas Fedoni tried to come out, if he had a really good year.
Mm-hmm.
We had Jamari Butler as a maybe at the time, Isaac Gifford, and Turner Corcoran. That was the list that we had back then when I came in on like August 15th.
By the way, for the record, and I think this is current, it's from drafthistory.com.
Okay.
Nebraska is 11th.
Oh, they're out of the top 10 now.
They are 11th.
Wow.
They are 5 picks behind Florida for 10th. They are tied. Guess which program, blue blood program, they are tied with. Same amount of picks, 368.
Is it a new blue blood?
It's
or
a
an
blue
old,
blood or
like
old blue blood?
blue blood, like
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame's actually number 1.
Penn State.
No, it is not Penn State. It is Texas.
Oh, really? It's Texas.
Wow.
Well, Texas they also had a really bad stretch.
Yeah.
If you remember, you go back to the late 09s going into 10s, but they couldn't get any offensive linemen drafted.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't defensive linemen drafted. So they've had their stretch too.
And by the way, only 6 picks behind Nebraska. This is all-time NFL draft picks is Miami.
Wow.
And
Think about that. That's
and
all in the last 30, 40 years.
Basically.
Yeah.
Basically.
Because you look back like 69, 70, 71, nice. Nebraska had a bunch of draft picks back then.
Oh, yeah. There'd be draft class who were like 15 players.
It was 12 rounds deep.
Yeah, there was many more rounds. But,
right.
All right, so should we start with the negative? Guys who have stock down?
Yeah,
Let's
sure.
go negative first.
So I have
negative.
I have a couple guys that I would say based off of the way they played and their evaluations, either on PFF or just watching them, that are down. Micah Mazuka, I put him down stock wise. He was coming into the season about a 5 through 7 is where people had him projected. 5th through the 7th round. I put him down in stock. This is nothing against Thomas Fidone or his family. Don't come at me, but because he hasn't had a lot of what we expected, catches and touchdowns, I think I would say that he's kind of down. I think we all expected him to have a really big game against UTEP. And then with the way those linebackers and interior defense was for Colorado, a big game against Colorado too. He had that first catch where he kind of got banged up. So I kind of put him as probably stock down. And the only other person I put would probably stock down was Turner Corcoran. Because he struggled. He struggled a lot with his pass blocking. It's been, you go back and you watch him, it's amazing that we haven't seen the quarterback get lit up, mainly because of how good Dylan is moving around the pocket. A couple times he's had to bail the pocket because of Turner.
And so where was he at? Where was he at before the season?
He was an undrafted free agent. He wasn't a draftable guy. He was an undrafted free agent, but still, I think it's even more so now. I don't know if he would even. He's going to get a cup of coffee with anybody in a camp, but he's looked poor in my opinion.
Well, and keep in mind, he wouldn't have even started this year had it not been for the injury.
Maybe.
More than likely.
So they had him actually in number. He was the number one spot when I didn't get to go to that practice. People paid money to go. He started in that practice.
But I thought the injury happened before that practice.
He started in the visitate when everybody went to go see practice that Tuesday before.
He was listed starting as the number one for many of the writers who were there.
Ahead of Prohaska for whatever reason. He was. Yeah. So he probably would have anyway, but he's been struggling. It'd be great to have Prohaska healthy, so if he did struggle, he could come in. Now you're talking about bringing in a redshirt freshman possibly.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, stock in the middle or guys who haven't really seen any change.
Steady, I put Jamal Banks and Isaiah Nair only because that first game, obviously, they both made catches.
Yeah.
But they went against a team that has a really good secondary, and they didn't do a lot. They combined for like 6 catches?
6. It was
6 catches, right?
I think it was 6
was it
when you counted.
Was it not 4 and 2 for the catches for them?
You talking about the opener?
No. Last
Colorado.
week.
Banks only. Or Banks had 2 for 2, and then Nayor had, I believe, 4.
Yeah. So you got 6 total catches.
It was 6. I was adding.
Are you adding Barney in there?
Yeah. 4 for 31 and 2 for 2.
2 for 2. He had a long of 4. I was looking at it last night.
6 for 33. So that only because of that, I put them at steady. They have every opportunity in the world to go against really good corners in the Big Ten and prove themselves, and they can go back up.
Hey, what have you thought of them so far, Michael? Like, surprised that they had the game that they did versus the Buffs?
Yeah, a little bit. Well, take that back. So I talked about during the week, whoever listens to me, that I thought outside the numbers that Nebraska would have problems, but I thought they would dominate the middle of the field.
Yeah.
So if it was me, if I was the coordinator, and I'm not going to hide that I don't like the play caller, I would have moved one of those bigger guys inside and did a lot more crossing routes like North Dakota State did, and I would have gotten the ball in their hands because those corners are actually good.
Right.
They have good corners. So I would have gotten them away or got them in motion or something. They didn't do that. I am surprised that they only had 6 for 33. I thought they'd have a bigger day because I thought they would move them around. But I knew Barney would have a big day because, again, middle of the field is open and those linebackers aren't very good.
Right.
But I thought the tight ends would have a bigger day.
Yeah.
Well, the one downfield shot they took over the middle of the field was Bo Richter.
That little post. It was a nice call.
Fidone had that nice catch where he got hit really hard and held on to it, but that was the only one he had.
But there weren't a lot of
where were the running backs out of the backfield? North Dakota State first half against Colorado attacked them with that against those slow linebackers, and they didn't do that. So they could have done better than that. But anyway, both those guys. So Banks coming into the season was projected at most of the places between the 4th and 6th round.
Okay.
And Nair was projected from 7th round to undrafted free agent.
Okay.
Stay steady. I could see both of them still being there, but they have the opportunity to move up big time.
All of this because obviously can change. It's only a couple of games in, but now we look at stock up.
Stock up. So we'll start with Tommy Hill. Tommy Hill came in as a day 2 projection. So between the 2nd and 4th round, basically. That's where he was. You have to say, based on his coverage grades just last week And what he did,
best coverage grade of all Big Ten cornerbacks.
Exactly. Like 83 or something like that was his number. So you got to think, and then you have these people who are the mock drafters, and they're putting him at the end of the first round. Mm-hmm. So you got to think that his stock is up. Ty Robinson, the amount of havoc that guy is causing.
It's been awesome.
All over the place. And here's the great thing about a guy like Ty is that you can watch him for 4 or 5 plays, and he'll get 0 stats. But he influenced the play. Right?
Oh, easily.
Because he moved the pocket, because he made the quarterback have to move. He did something on the play that influenced it, but he won't get any stats for it. He's
impacting the game, even if his stats don't always show it.
Big time.
I mean, his only tackles, and this is going back to UTEP, were both TFLs, and of course he was those were blowing up the mesh.
Right.
And then, of course, you had the blocked field goal, which doesn't count as a havoc play, but a great special teams
Definitely
play.
should.
He had at least one batted pass because he had one early in the game against.
He had the batted pass.
Yep.
And he had a sack. On the first drive.
Batted pass and a sack.
Yep. The throw out initially. He had a throw out, he blocked, then the drop, then the sack.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. Not to mention a quarterback hurry, which doesn't count under havoc, but
it should. I know what you're saying. Yeah, it should. It should count under. It should. Especially with the fact that Nebraska had 10 hurries.
They had 10.
Which is crazy to say that they would have
Think about that. They had 6 sacks and 10 hurries, 4 breakups, and an interception.
Yeah.
So just from those alone, you're talking about 17 plays, right? Did I do the math right?
Mm-hmm.
7. No, I didn't add the 4 breakups. You're talking about 21 plays.
Havoc type of plays.
And I'm counting the hurries.
Yeah.
But 21 plays. Colorado ran 60.
It was right about 60,
they only threw 4. They threw 40, and they ran 62 plays. A third of the time,
Nebraska was causing problems.
They're causing problems, and more than half the time, there was havoc.
Here's what's crazy about that. That's Colorado. Colorado last year, havoc allowed was at 35%. 35% of their offensive plays, there was havoc allowed. I just saw that. Who was doing the number? Somebody just did those numbers online.
Action.
It was that Action Network because they were talking to Johnny Football about it.
Yes.
Yeah, and so it was 35% of the time last year. They had havoc plays
Here,
against
I'm talking
them.
about Nebraska having good havoc for 25% on defense. Colorado was allowing.
They're allowing 35. It's crazy.
But yes, big ass Ty is definitely.
Yeah, definitely, no doubt about it. I think Ben Scott, because of the fact, because he's played both center and he's played right tackle, because he's been solid, and I think when you win games and your offense plays well, one of the spots that draft people look at is center because you're making calls. You're having to handle the offensive line. And I think he's up because they've been having success. And again, he's got 40-some starts between center and right tackle. Nash Hupmaker, even though he hasn't had a lot of snaps, there's only a certain amount of guys built like him that are nose tackles, that are zero techniques, that come out in the draft every year. Now, if you go look at the rankings, he's not ranked among them currently. Matter of fact, he's projected as a 7th round to undrafted free agent. But I think in this system, with him out there playing, he's going to play more as the Big Ten season goes along against more teams that run the ball a lot, even including this week against Northern Iowa. I think his number is going to go up. And that's why I put him slightly up because of that.
Hey, where was Ben Scott prior, and where would he be at now?
They have undrafted free agent, and then they have high priority undrafted free agent, and he was listed as a high priority.
So you think
undrafted.
He could maybe sneak in if he continues?
I could see him
play?
maybe being a 6th or 7th round pick because again, center's another one of those positions where late in the draft you start specifying who you're going to take, and a center's a nice person to have. Another stock up, and I only say slightly because I think it's going to be a lot more. But Deshaun Singleton, the way he's tackling, every time he doesn't have a ton of tackles, but every time he makes a tackle, it's a memorable tackle. He lays people out. And when you walk in at 6'3", 200 whatever pounds he is, at his size, his measurables, and his ability to tackle, that's going to get him drafted. He's was projected as an undrafted free agent coming into the season. I think he could be a day 3 guy.
He led the team he was tied, 4-way tie.
Yeah.
With 6 tackles last week against Colorado.
And I think his tackle grade was one of the highest tackle grades according to PFF this past week. Because he's just a solid tackler.
Yeah.
So I got him slightly up. I think it'll go up more than that. Jamari Butler, I have him way up. Because just look at him. On the hoof.
Yeah.
When he gets to the combine, people are going to be like, oh, okay. Where's he from? Nebraska. Oh, yeah. Let me put a check mark next to that guy.
Yeah.
Just because of the way he looks. And maybe that's not fair, But that's the way the combine works. They put you in underwear and they walk you. Well, same thing happens at the Senior Bowl. And they walk you across and get you on a scale and they measure you and then they move you on.
And as long as he performs well in all the
all the drills,
underwear Olympics, he's going to be fine.
He's going to be fine. He was a guy that was considered undraftable free agent coming in. Remember, he hadn't played a lot, even though he had a decent year last year. I think that's a guy who could continue to move up the board and because of the way he looks, go a lot higher than people think. And then, so I have a couple other ones I can throw out to you guys. You tell me what you think.
Okay.
Isaac Gifford.
Okay.
Right. Who is not the biggest guy.
No.
But, his brother obviously is playing. He's a guy that's going to be a great special teamer. And he's a guy that as his career goes on as first and undrafted free agent or whatever, so making a team to maybe even getting some playing time. I think he could be that guy. Do you buy that on Isaac Gifford?
It certainly helps that you have some, you have some blood.
People have seen Luke.
Yeah, they've seen him, so they know where he's coming from.
That's a good call. Yeah.
And listen, the more that the rest of these guys continue to elevate their game and more eyes are on Nebraska film, it can help players like that. So I don't dismiss that out of hand.
Now, how many times now has Coach Rule mentioned, this was last year, about special teams and how important special teams guys are.
He talks about it all the time.
And that's how you're going to make a team. Then the last two guys weren't on our list before.
Oh, they weren't.
But I have them on the list now because they've both changed their bodies and look great. And in different ways, they've made some plays. So John Bullock, I know he's just 6 foot tall and he's only 210 pounds. I get all that. I get it. But he's a tackling machine.
He's a tackling machine. He's in a disruptor. I mean, that one drive alone.
Yes.
2 bats and a quarterback hurry.
Yeah,
you can make an argument. He's like sneakily becoming some people's favorite player on the entire roster. People love Bullock.
I think him and Bayer together.
Yeah.
I think they both love, because both those guys get tackles for loss and make impact plays. Again, 6 foot tall, 210. If he played at Wisconsin, we'd be talking about him as a late round draft pick because those guys always get drafted out of Wisconsin. And then the other one, this is brand new. Again, got his body in shape now. Starting to make plays. MJ Sherman. Remember, he's 6'3", 250.
Yeah.
He's no joke of a looking athlete. I think if he continues to make plays as he's going along, and I think you will see more of that, whether it's pass rushing or in coverage, he certainly has an opportunity.
And hey, Michael, how about Sherman being like a great story of development too? Because he's one of those typical guys that comes in, there is like some hype surrounding them because of maybe their previous stop.
Yeah.
Don't perform to the level that people expect. And then going into the next year, they're just kind of forgotten about and everyone focuses on the new guys.
Yeah.
And he has performed very, very well so far.
What Matt Rule does, and I've been saying this for a while now, is that he speaks things into existence.
Yeah.
When he wants something to happen, he wants somebody to play better. He wants them to work out harder, get in better shape. He just talks about it in front of the press. He says it. Yeah, guys, he's not doing what we need him to do at this point. He's got to still work on some things. And those guys get better, and they end up getting on the field. It's weird. He does it all the time. He's done it for a half a dozen guys. Now, hopefully it starts working for the special teams because he spent time on that.
That's a whole nother story. All right, we got to take a quick break. Still to come, Movie Club. We could have a split decision this week in Movie Club. Hopefully Nick will be back here in time to defend his movie. But Super Troopers will be reviewing in a little bit. More with Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Josh is in Minneapolis. Michael with me in studio. Sadly, couldn't make it to Roncalli today. Had technical issues, but we will be back there next month on 1620 The Zone. Back here on the program, Michael Severe in today. We were supposed to be at Roncalli, but unfortunately we had some technical issues still to come. We've got predictions. A lot of games to look at this week. And Michael's been poring over his numbers. Anything standing out right now?
In terms of bets? Oh, man, I have...
You have
everything is standing out
season,
to him, John.
I have way too... I say this every year. Early in the year, I just have way too many. I like everything. I like everything. It's way
You're like
too
a
much.
first-time shopper at Whole Foods.
No, I'm like a starving
I like
man.
everything. This is great.
I'm like a starving man I'm ordering everything. Yeah, I got a bunch of things on here. And then as the week goes along, I kind of take them away. That's what I do. And then,
but you haven't been doing any taking away.
As the week goes along, or the year goes along?
Actually, the week too. So like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I start making a list, and I get my list made. And by the time Thursday and Friday roll around, I take some of those off the list. I don't bet them all, even though I like so many of them. But then, yes, as the year goes along, the initial list doesn't get as long.
Yeah.
But I got
get more data.
I got Stony Brook on here. Never mind. Don't talk about that. Anyway, I got a lot of Forum's horrible. Anyway.
Is there a chance that Nebraska could make a better impression this week?
I don't understand this question. I don't understand this question. I don't get it. What do you mean?
By how they play. If they put together a complete, and I know it's.
Are you talking about for
FCS
you,
team.
or us ourselves, John? Or are you talking about like nationally with this question?
Well, really for all
for us,
it'll look good to us. It'll look good to everybody because for the longest time, this program has been dying to win a game like last week. They finally did it. But the true mark of a program that has its you-know-what together is you do well in the games you're supposed to do well in, especially coming off emotional games like last week. I had a theory after the postgame on the postgame show that the hangover actually was the second half.
Oh.
The hangover that usually comes after a game like this actually was the second half. And it made Matt Rule's message resonate louder when he could point at the film and say, this was bad, this was bad, this needs to be fixed.
John, was the tequila the referees? Because that's what caused the hangover. Again, if 170 yards are called back because
I want this
of that,
for the record. It's not me complaining about the refs.
Hey, look, it's just ridiculous. It's the more you watch that game, the more frustrating it is understanding they couldn't find a rhythm. That's part of my keys this week. You got to have a rhythm as a team like this, especially when you have this mixture of young and older guys here. They could never find a rhythm, and it was the referees that.
John, it seems it's judging by you asking the question. It seems to me that you think that you can leave this game, maybe changing your opinion on them.
I could leave this game I shouldn't say changing my opinion, but just feeling like this team is on a really good path because it has only been 2 games. And, man, I think Colorado is this one loss away from just
Josh,
completely crashed.
Did your opinion change in 2010 when Nebraska struggled with South Dakota State?
No.
It didn't, right?
It did not, no.
I feel the same way. Nothing that happens in this game, unless they lost, it's going to really change my opinion of this team. This is a game that's on the schedule because it has to be.
Sure.
It doesn't matter.
Well, and on top of that, Michael, like I said this yesterday, to play devil's advocate versus some of the numbers that Tom Fornelli had, I could say in 2.5 quarters in game 1 and then 2 quarters in game 2, so a total of 4.5 quarters, when the game was in doubt or whatever, Nebraska played awesome football. Yeah. So it's 3.5 quarters where they have played mediocre to subpar football. But I guess my takeaways still are for the first half in each game, and then the first half of the third quarter in the UTEP game. So like maybe I'm basing too much of my opinion on those 4 quarters, but that's where I'm at. Like when the game has been in doubt, Nebraska's played good football. When the game has gotten out of hand, they've done a bad job at like shutting the door with one final score. But I mean, Michael said it, 170 yards were also left on the field last week. Some of it on them, some on the refs.
If that Ramir touchdown happens, is the conversation, does Bud Crawford after the game still say, you guys didn't do really well in the second half? Does he still do that if the Ramir touchdown counts? If he goes 69?
Possibly, but I mean, there were times, there were a couple of big plays that got called back, but the same burst, the same punch in the running game wasn't there. And I give part of the credit to Colorado. I thought defensively they played pretty well. They tackled well.
Adjusted.
So I didn't outside of the first 2 quarters, I wasn't a big fan of how Nebraska ran the football.
Yippee says Alvano making a couple field goals probably the best candidate to make me feel better.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That's definitely my key.
I hope,
definitely,
and not just because it needs to happen to get the over. I hope if they have a couple of opportunities, even with the second and third stringers on the field in the fourth quarter, that they opt to kick field goals.
Me too.
I
Give
agree.
them the chance.
Yep, I completely agree. You got to do it now.
Coming up, it is Kent's Movie Club. Nick is back in studio.
Hello. Oh, wow. Perfect
Super
timing.
Troopers. Nick picked it. We could have a split decision on this one, folks.
Ooh.
May have to go to the extra card on this. Kent's waiting in the green room. We will be back. Movie Club coming up, 1620 The Zone.
cats. They're eating a lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that, a lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, people that came in. They're eating cats. They're eating the pets of the people that, a lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
As we have established, it has been a day for technology here on this radio station. With that said, I'm going to say, hello, Kent. Can you hear us?
I can indeed hear you.
Praise Jesus. Thank you. It's the first time anything's worked today. How's your week been?
My week's been good. I'm using up the old use it or lose it vacation at the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah.
Which is September 30th or whatever. And they're like, you have 4 days of vacation time that you have to use or it's gone. And I went, see ya.
This is Lee Enterprises. Is this Lee Enterprises?
It indeed is.
Good
You've
luck.
had that experience.
Good luck, buddy.
I was wondering where that was going, Michael.
Good luck with that.
Yep, it's Lee Enterprises. Don't get me fired.
No, I don't want to get.
So, Kent, is this day 1 or is this day 4 or is this day 2 or 3?
This is day 4. This is day 4. And then I have, I believe, 2 more something else that I have to use by the end of the month, like floating days, whatever those are.
Oh, we love floating holidays.
Floaties are great.
Yeah.
Well, the movie this week is Super Troopers. Now, when Nick picked this last week, he was very concerned that it was extremely problematic.
I was not.
And he was going to be very, uncomfortable watching this.
Wow.
You did set it up. You teased
No,
it.
that's
that was Happer.
That was Josh and Happer saying
Yeah,
that, John. It
they
wasn't
were the
Nick.
ones saying
Well,
that.
I believe it. I believe
Wow.
Nick felt this way.
No, the concern that Nick had was that Michael would be here for this and that Michael would poo-poo it. Who knew that John would also be poo-pooing
I haven't
this movie?
poo-pooed anything
The two
yet.
old guys who hate to laugh hate this movie. Shocking.
John likes
Again,
laughter.
I've been watching comedies before his mother was born, and I like a lot of funny movies. This movie just sucks. I'm sorry. It's bad.
Nick, you want to set up the movie?
I do. So Super Troopers is about a group of highway patrol officers in some northeastern state. I don't remember the one.
Vermont.
Vermont. Thank you. Vermont doesn't exist.
Everybody.
Minutes ago.
And they always get into antics. They don't take their job as seriously as they probably should. And then they end up stumbling upon a conspiracy involving the local police department. And then it just goes from there. They stumble their way into solving the mystery.
And there you go.
Super Troopers.
And there you go.
Now, I know Happer and Josh were both like, oh, Nick's probably going to think this movie's problematic.
I am surprised that you're not, because based off of some of the stuff you said in the past.
So I did go into this movie expecting there to be jokes that didn't age well, because I grew up in the 2000s. Like, I've seen these movies.
Right,
I grew up watching these movies. I loved these movies growing up.
Yeah.
But I didn't see this one. It was quoted a lot in my high school, so I always knew the quotes, but I never knew the context.
Yep.
This movie, for the time it came out in, is extremely tame. It holds up really well. They don't even use the R word that a lot of movies love using and abusing.
Kind of the way they treat the woman is a little problematic.
Right, that was problematic, but it
Wow, I
wasn't.
didn't think Michael would say problematic before Nick did in this segment.
I am
agree.
very supportive of women. I've changed.
But I think
Did that start today, Michael?
Yeah, I was gonna say, when did this happen?
No, I
watch
called.
the movie.
I called. You could ask her. I called Stacy about 7 years ago. Seriously, called her and said, "Look, I apologize for anything that I may have ever done to make you uncomfortable during doing that show. I really did, because I really started thinking about it, and she loved the stuff that we did. So,
and did Stacy say,
"Who is this?"
Michael, bark twice if you're in Milwaukee.
Is someone holding a gun to
seriously.
your head?
I did that.
Yeah.
No, but I think this movie holds up really well, even all the jokes. I think the worst offenders were how they treated the woman, and the worst part was the racially ambiguous cop that they kept saying he was a different race of. But those jokes weren't even in bad taste. It was just kind of
just bad.
It was
bad.
Well, Ken, I'm curious because this movie came out in 2001, but it is pre 9/11. So
Yeah.
it was like early in 2001. And I only mention that because, well, we did just pass the anniversary. But also, I wonder if there was anything, if things like this in cinema, if anything changed because of 9/11 in terms of comedy.
Boy, that's a good question. I can't really think of anything right off the top of my head, but also on the other hand, there was for a while, this whole make fun of the Middle Eastern, Arabic, all of that. Post probably mid 2000s, that's kind of gone away. So I'm not sure how 9/11 would work into this.
Okay.
But 9/11 changed the news.
It changed the news
We
dramatically.
used to go from having a lot of fun in the morning, and they immediately went to investigative stories, and it changed that a lot. I don't know if it changed movies that I can think of.
Ken, do you miss this era of R-rated comedies? Because like this is kind of near the beginning of a stretch. What some people would probably say it started with like American Pie, or There's Something About Mary, and it went through like the Judd Apatow movies. Like this was in the middle of a stretch that was really, really fun.
And that went away, but you're starting to see it come back a little bit more now, right? The more R-rated comedy, R-rated movie with sex in it as opposed to violence. That's swinging back a little bit, I would think. I think about movies like Poor Things from last year.
The Jennifer Lawrence movie we watched.
That was good. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's dating the guy, the boy.
Yeah, we enjoyed that movie.
Yep.
So go ahead.
So, Ken, I'm curious how, it's been 24 years or 23 years now. How does this hit today versus how you saw it in 2001?
Not a hell of a lot different, to be honest. I dug around, and it wasn't online because our online system doesn't start until 2006 for whatever reason. I mean, there's a way I can find it, but it's way too much work. But I did happen to have my old clips here and looked, and I gave this thing 2.5 out of 5, which is, and said scattershot comedy. Some of it's funny, talked about the background of the, this is a comedy troupe called Broken Lizard that had been together for multiple years before this movie. It was formed at Dartmouth College. And this whole thing's all self-contained. All right, one of you broadcast guys, say his last name.
I got nothing for you.
Chandraskar?
Okay.
Chandraskar? That'd be my guess.
Yeah, he directed this, and the script, as if you couldn't tell by watching, was largely a bunch of skits that were tacked together, some of which are improvised, some of which were scripted, and just enough of a plot line to have a plot, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's all it was. And I think what I wrote was, it's funny enough if that's what you want to go for, but it's really stupid, right? And you won't remember it 3 days later.
You know what, Kent? What's funny about it to me is I think going to the way it was written and acted and performed, like I think the first half of the movie is much better than the second half, because the first half is just the bits. It's the meow thing. It's them going out and doing stuff. When like an actual plot shows up, I think it actually loses a lot of its steam, except for, in my opinion, the funniest scene in the movie is when Farva is allowed to go back on the road, and then they go to the restaurant.
Yep.
And he's a liter of cola. That whole it's for a cop, and he's like, "Are you going to spit in it?" Like that whole scene, I think is hysterical. But otherwise, I think most of the funny stuff. The first 5-10 minutes, that whole bit with the guy and the one guy's eating all the pot. I think that scene is hysterical, but I think that the first half very good, and then it gets into a plot, and it's like it's fine. It's not as funny, in my opinion, as the first half.
I would agree with that, but to add to the previous answer, this triggered me. The one thing I did think was this whole thing is set up around something that wouldn't happen today. You're not going to have the giant pot bus.
Yeah, seriously.
We go everywhere.
Yeah,
that might be the part that's aged the worst.
That's
about
what Linda
movie.
Carter said. She goes, "Why are we here for weed?"
Yeah, even in 01.
Yeah.
And you had never seen this.
I have never seen this, but
and neither had I.
It was a similar thing.
I had never seen it,
and Michael had never.
It was a similar thing you said with you in Office Space, where you've heard all the quotes and everything, but I'd never seen them in context, and I was worried that maybe would have spoiled the movie for me after seeing them in context. But honestly, it just made it way more funny. I think seeing the quotes that I've heard in context, because they're all very contextual quotes. Like they don't sound like much if you haven't seen the movie, but seeing how they are in the movie and you boys like Mexico, like that's one of the quotes that people would say all the time. I really like this movie, and I hate that I took so long to see it, but it was never streaming anywhere that I saw. It was only on Comedy Central, and I wasn't going to watch this on Comedy Central.
So, John, what do you think? Because Stibbs and I used to say all the time, John, you should watch Super Troopers.
Yes,
it's a
you
movie
did.
that
And
is
I went in this very open minded. I'm unlike Michael. I can handle stupid people being stupid.
Yeah, and so I'm guessing you didn't like it as much, which kind of surprises me.
I was surprised how much I didn't like it.
Interesting.
Now, unlike Nick, because the whole Office Space thing, the thing that ruined Office Space for me was I heard all the bits.
Mm-hmm.
I would have. I was surprised by how few of the bit. The leader of Cola Line is the only thing I ever remember hearing.
We had that.
Not even snozzberries.
Tastes
we
like
had that.
snozzberries.
We had that drop.
I see. I did not know that was from this movie.
We had that drop. I didn't know it was either until I heard it in the movie.
Yeah, there were a couple. Michael, you said it earlier this week. There were multiple clips that we would air on Movie Magic.
Yeah, and I didn't know where they came from.
Sure,
but you are freaking out.
But
man.
But I was surprised. So this was not an Office Space issue for me, where it just didn't connect. I didn't find anything funny. I
thought there were 3 scenes that were funny. Okay, so the cup, when they pulls the thing off the cup and the water comes out, I laughed at that.
Okay.
There's a scene where he says, "I am going to pistol whip the next one of you who say that word."
Shenanigans.
And then you guys, what was that restaurant? She goes, "I thought that was kind of funny."
That is so funny.
I thought that was funny. And then there's a scene where the couple's bouncing on the bed.
Yeah.
And for some reason,
I only like that
for some
scene
reason,
because of who was bouncing on the
it made
bed.
me laugh when he's like the mustache ride thing. He's made me laugh. I don't know why, but that was the 3 times I laughed.
Yeah, I was surprised. Because I honestly thought, based on what you and Stibbs had said, that I was going to like this because it was really stupid. But I don't know what it was. I never really laughed at anything. And I got to the point there, I had to hit pause for a second because I had to go let the dog in. And I saw there were still like 52 minutes left. And I'm like,
there's
still 52 minutes left.
That's the worst when you do that.
It's not even a long movie either, John.
I was
You're
40,
watching a
right?
2.5-hour movie.
Literally.
40 minutes into it.
Yeah, it did not.
I know how that is.
It did not connect with me at all.
I
Why do
wonder
you think
what
that
it
is, John? Because
I have no idea.
No, I've known you for over a decade. I know your comedic sensibilities. I'm like genuinely stunned that you didn't find any of it funny.
A lot of it's not funny though. A lot of it's not.
But Micah, you say that about a lot of stuff. That
but
John
I love
and I find funny.
You named 3 movies I really like. I really like the Mary movie. I like that one. There's a lot of funny parts in there. I've seen every one of Judd Apatow movies. They're too long because they put too many scenes, but I still think they're funny.
Do you think it's because the Apatow movies tend to lean a bit more raunchy when this is just a bit more goofy?
Yeah,
think that's what it is?
But they both have that.
Yeah, this isn't raunchy. This is not
it's not raunchy at all.
No, not at all.
It just doesn't. There's a lot part like the whole scene where he's eating the weed at the beginning. I think that was funny at all.
No.
And the meow thing was annoying.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what
then I realized when he was counting that what they had said. Yeah,
right.
He hit the record was 10. He had to get to 10. But it didn't. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know why. I really don't. I was surprised. I was really surprised because I went into this extremely open-minded thing. Oh, this will be interesting, and it surprised me how little I actually laughed.
There does seem to be an obvious age gap here because Josh, you like this movie, right?
Yeah, but Kent.
I was 30 years old when this thing came out. I mean,
Kent liked it enough. Kent likes it more than John.
He said 2.5. That's
2.5 out of 5. I felt like it was
great.
a low score.
Yeah, it's not great.
Well, but that's your, if you're in school, that's a C. That's average.
But Michael and
in other
John,
words, better than this week's college football slate according to the grades.
What I'm trying to say is Michael and John not liking this movie, but me and you and Happer and I guess Odson liking this movie. Like there's something with our age group in there because everybody I knew growing up loves this movie.
And Odson and I have a lot in common in terms of our movie watching. So I've noticed that, and most things
Josh
I agree
has
with
good
him.
movie takes.
Right.
Yeah,
So I
agree with him on a lot of stuff.
I guess I'm now curious into what that is. It seems to be some kind of age disconnect thing.
But I've seen other stuff by them too, and I didn't think it was
Have you
funny.
seen Beer Fest?
Yeah, I've seen a few of the things they've done, that group, that lizard thing, and I didn't think they were that funny either.
Oh, I love Beer
Maybe because they feel a little bit Canadian to me.
Whoa.
And I don't necessarily like Canadian comedy. It's true. I just don't. I never did.
You didn't like Red Green?
Don't like Canadian comedy. I don't know what Red Green is. But I don't like a lot of Canadian
on Nathan
comedy.
Fielder.
Even SCTV, I wasn't a huge fan of it when I was a kid. And I watched it all the time.
I loved SCTV.
I don't know if I've ever heard anyone, Michael, say, I don't like Canadian humor. That is
it's true. There's a lot of Canadian. Sorry. I don't like a lot of British humor either. I always thought that a lot of that stuff was
overrated.
Yeah. So I made a list of the 5 movies that I hated the most that I saw the whole thing.
Okay.
All right. It's my 5. Your Highness.
Never
Did you see
saw
that,
it.
Kent?
Oh, I think I saw that, Michael, and I think I hated it too.
It's
who was in that movie?
Anna Pack.
Yes, I've seen that movie.
Anna
Horrible
Paquin, right?
movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who plays Princess Amidala?
Natalie Portman.
Natalie Portman's in it.
Yes.
That's who's
yes.
in it.
I remember that movie.
The Flintstones Viva Rock Vegas.
Oh, ow,
Which
ow.
I went to see after I had knee surgery, and I got driven there, and I couldn't leave the theater. And it was the only movie playing in the theater. I was trapped. I had to watch the whole thing. Balls of Fury. You seen that?
That was like a dodgeball. No, was that a
No, that was
tennis?
they were skaters. Remember, it's Will Ferrell as like a skater.
Will Ferrell as
That's not Balls of
Blades
Fury.
of Fury.
Blades of Fury. Sorry,
No, Blades of Glory.
Blades of Glory. Oh,
That's
I like
movie.
that movie.
Blades of Glory is
I hated
awesome.
that. I hated that movie. The Room. Yeah, you've seen it, Kent. It's designed to be bad.
It won Oscar.
No,
my
not
bad.
that room.
Yeah, the other room.
Not that one. No,
Not that room. Not that
This
one.
one wasn't. No.
Yeah, I was like, wait, that one won awards.
Go ahead, Kent.
No, it just, that one, as you say, was intentionally bad.
Yeah, it was bad on purpose.
And they really succeeded.
Yeah, I saw 1,000 Words too. I saw it in the theater.
That's the other one?
Yeah.
Which one was the one, Michael?
1,000 Words.
I don't know that one.
It's an Eddie Murphy movie. Who I love Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
And so I saw a lot of his movies, and there was a stretch there where it was horrible. 1,000 Words. The premise of the movie is that he can't to stay alive. He has 1,000 words, and if he reaches the end of his 1,000 words used, he's going to die.
That sounds stupid.
And so
I would say, you mentioned The Room. Was The Room designed to be bad, or was
Yeah,
Tommy
it's
Wiseau just a bad director?
designed to be bad.
Okay.
Yeah, and in the middle they really started getting into it. There's a making of it that's actually pretty good. The making of it's actually much better than the movie.
By the way, that list is incomplete because it does not have Vanilla Sky on it, but that's another story.
Never saw that one. By the way, sales director Stacy, who was the one-time producer Michael was just talking about her, says, I love this movie, but I may have participated in the weed back when I watched it.
Hey, if I was high, I guarantee I'd like this movie more.
Oh, sure.
There's no doubt in my mind. If I was high, I would have liked this movie more. There's no doubt.
Joel says, how can John laugh for hours at Bum Fardo but not enjoy Super Troopers?
There was no Bum Fardo humor.
Littering Ant?
The thing I think maybe, I'm guessing here.
Were you in a bad mood?
No, I was in a fine mood. I was actually looking forward. I got some work done that I wanted to get. I just dropped the Jays podcast. I was like, oh man, now I can kick back and sit and watch this movie. And I was in fine spirits. And then I'm like...
And then you watched 20 minutes of it and wanted to die.
It was about 30 minutes in. I thought maybe it's just going to start slow, or maybe the first scene with the dope smokers in the car. Yeah, it'll get better. I think maybe I was expecting a little more raunchy.
And that's what I think
I can think of.
I think you guys... Because all the movies that you listed earlier that you said you liked, Michael.
I didn't listen. He listed.
Well,
Josh listed.
But Something About Mary and a bunch of those Apatow movies. Those are all raunchy.
There's more. Like I love Caddyshack. It's one of my favorite top 5 movies.
Caddyshack's kind of raunchy.
I don't think of it as being raunchy. The stuff that he does isn't really raunchy.
No.
The stuff that Dangerfield does. That's the funny parts of it.
There are raunchy things in Caddyshack.
Yeah. Stripes is raunchy. That's definitely raunchy.
So I wonder if it comes down to just humor level, because I love sketch comedies.
By the way,
I love sketch comedy.
Brasky Man or whatever. I really do like the Simon Pegg stuff. So the Hot Fuzz,
all the Edgar,
End of the World.
All the Edgar Wright stuff.
I think all those are funny. I watched all of those. And by the way, the second best clips of anything on TikTok are the Letterkenny things.
I love Letterkenny.
The clips. I've never seen the whole show, but the clips.
Oh my god, it's so good
on TikTok are hilarious. So yeah.
Well, we got a split decision, Kent. And you're kind of in the middle.
I never had a movie that was divided so evenly, but we've also never had a group this large.
That's true.
For a regular thing before.
So what's next week,
Josh?
Yeah, my turn. John, it's the movie you actually brought up the other day, and then you were like, I'm surprised you haven't seen that movie. It's available on Amazon. Kent, I imagine this will bring out the patented reaction.
Here it comes.
Platoon.
Oh.
What?
There we go.
Because he hadn't seen it before? Is that why you say that?
Yeah, I've also never seen Platoon.
John made a reference to it. I've never seen it before. Yeah. And then John even said, what?
Yeah.
And so I was like, sweet, this will be the pick.
I made a reference because, the corporal character, who was the guy who was always sniffing Behringer's rear end, said, man, I got a bad feeling about this. I quoted that and I said, you know that line from Platoon? And Josh says, I've never seen Platoon.
I know of Platoon. I know it's a thing.
Hey, Ken, I have tried over the years to watch every movie ever nominated for Best Picture. And I think I've seen probably 90% of them.
Wow. Oh my God. What?
Yeah.
Even like from the 30s?
I go back and watch as many as I can. Yeah. Wow. Definitely since 1970.
Wow. That's
the one
impressive.
since 1970. Definitely.
Wow. That's
I think if they're nominated for Best Picture, they deserve to be. And some of them shouldn't have been, by the way.
Oh, not the winners, but the nominees.
The nominees. Well, it was 5 for a long time, and now it's 10. Up to 10.
10 or however many. And some of them, I agree. There's some, and there are some winners that I've got.
Crash shouldn't have won. There's no doubt about that.
Well,
Crash was not the Best Picture that year.
What is your worst Best Picture ever?
I'm trying to remember
what was the one that beat Saving Private Ryan? Romeo and Juliet or something like that? What beat Saving Private Ryan in 98? That one's the one that
Shakespeare in Love.
Shakespeare in Love. People get really mad about.
Which is a pretty good movie.
That's a good movie, though.
It's a good movie.
Never saw that movie.
What was the one, Englishman Up the Hill, or that boring English one?
That's the one I'm trying
English
to
Patient. English Patient.
English
Patient. Yeah,
it's a war movie.
Not good. Not good.
That thing was 2.5 hours long.
Painful.
And it won. It's like
it was shocking. Yeah.
We were both trying to think of the same movie.
It's funny.
It's amazing. Well, we did. We found it. Hey, do we actually have a question for Kent?
We do. Cool. Steve-O.
Well, let's go to the 42 Degrees of Source hotline.
What? We never do this. This is weird.
I don't know.
It's been a weird show.
Yeah, it has been a weird show.
Spot the lie.
Thank you, Michael. Technology.
All right. Well, I know what his question was.
What was his question?
He wanted to ask Kent what was in the briefcase in Pulp Fiction.
Oh wow, what a question!
I got no idea.
No one knows. I always thought it was like a diamond of some sort. That's what I always assumed.
It was gold.
Didn't it always have gold? They wouldn't have the reaction.
I'm not saying a gold bar, but whatever. When they opened the briefcase, it wasn't a diamond color that was coming off of it. It was always a gold
reflection of something shiny. But something gold wouldn't be.
You know what it was? It was the funny script of Super Troopers.
Wow,
that's interesting.
Sad.
Well, there you go. That's so next week, Platoon on Amazon Prime.
Man, we were just getting whiplash with all these, like, oh, let's talk about One Life. Oh, let's talk about Super Troopers. Oh, now Platoon.
John, we have forgotten to do something. We have not done something yet with Kent as we wind down.
I know.
Okay, it just sounded like you were about to say goodbye to Kent.
No.
All right,
there is a game this week. There is a game. There is a game.
Legally, Kent, it is described as a football game.
Last week, I'm guessing there were some folks in South Bend, Indiana, that said, "Oh, what is this? It's a directional school." And we saw what happened.
That's
so
true.
Anything is possible.
We knew in the first 10 minutes too.
So Kent, what do you think? Nebraska, Northern Iowa.
I think I'm going with the same thing I went with Nebraska and UTEP, 42-7.
Okay, it's pretty close to me.
42-7. Mm-hmm. Evil Kent.
I could see 52-38 or something like that. Probably Nebraska.
That would make a great
Go
reaction.
Panthers.
Oh my gosh, Michael, can you imagine the show that John and Jimmy would have after that?
No.
Good Lord.
That would be more fun than you could possibly stand.
We'd squeeze a lot into an hour and 5 minutes.
a big
3
10,
hours and 5 minutes.
A Big Ten team and a team that Matt Rule says plays like a Big Ten team. Scoring that high would be insane.
It'd be crazy.
Well, that's why he's Evil Kent. He's the embodiment of evil. Well, Kent, that was Super Troopers this week. What are you going to do? You've got a few hours left, technically, in your vacation.
Oh, nice. Good
What
question.
am I going to do? Well, I believe that I have a reprieve because someone is going out with her girlfriend. So I could have I have a night
by yourself. Night by yourself. Night by yourself.
Yep. You got it, brother.
Celebrate. Put on the fried egg rolls and French fries. Let's go.
Let's go. Eat something crappy. Watch something bad on TV. Yeah.
Well, Kent, we always appreciate it. Thanks a lot for joining us, and we'll talk to you next week.
You going to be up there tomorrow?
I will not.
I will. I'll be up there.
Michael will be there.
Yeah, you'll be up there suffering with the rest of us.
Yeah,
I'll be there. I won't be up
this
there.
This thing is guaranteed to be a bad game. Either it'll be a blowout, which is a bad game, or it'll be close, which is a bad game in another way.
Oh yeah.
Could you imagine it?
It's a bad game for the people who are hosting the post-game show, especially, Kent.
Again, 1 hour and 5 minutes.
I want it to be close.
Yeah, you say that now.
I am in control.
Nice.
Kent, we'll see ya.
Bye, Kent.
Bye, Kent.
I can't.
Ken Wolgamott of the Lincoln Journal-Star.
Hey, by the way, real fast, lots of responses, Michael, to your question. Nate, John, David, Marcellus Wallace's soul is what people think is in the briefcase.
His soul.
His soul.
It has an image. It's tangible.
See, the thing that I always wonder about with that answer is like, if it's his soul, like,
What's it look like?
Would everyone who opens the briefcase recognize that? Because every character who sees inside of it's like, oh my gosh, is that what I think it is?
Mm-hmm.
So I've always liked that theory, but I don't think that's what it was.
That's strange.
I didn't think it was a supernatural movie.
Well, people love.
Well,
having
there's a miracle
theories.
in it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Making it happen,
remember?
Yeah. Yep, it was a miracle.
Fair enough. All right, we got to preview some games this weekend. We've got predictions, our keys to the game, a whole lot more. We're going to get into Nebraska, Northern Iowa. We're obliged. We're contractually obliged. We must preview.
Indeed.
They are 2-0 after all. 16-20 the zone. Man, they'd be bringing out the pitas right now. Such a bummer.
Are you okay? If it makes you feel any better, before I left,
yeah,
they let me try an egg roll.
Of course they
did. Yummy.
Which egg roll? Because he was doing 2 of them. He was doing a taco one and a green chili.
Both. I got to try both.
You said you got to do 1 egg roll.
Yeah,
You just
but
said 2.
Then
He was trying not to make you feel bad.
That's exactly what. Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome.
They were delicious. Thank you.
I blame Josh. Josh isn't here, and that's the reason why it all
No,
failed.
you cannot blame me. You cannot blame me for
we
this.
can. We can blame you.
I didn't do anything.
Might not be accurate, but we can blame you.
Michael, you got to be here with us today. You got to talk about Super Troopers. Like, I can't imagine you wanted to do anything more on your Friday.
I definitely really wanted to get. By the way, real quick, you weren't here for this, but the lady's name is Hannah Berner, Berner.
Okay.
I was talking about how
the German lady.
No, she's not German. I don't believe she's a comedian. And how on like TikTok or Instagram Reels, you'll listen to these people do like these little 2-3 minute skits, and they seem really funny, and then they give them a full special, and it's not good.
Sure.
And they gave her a full special, and I've been watching her clips for almost 2 years, I guess.
Yeah.
And it just, for whatever reason, it didn't last.
Fell flat.
It didn't work. But she's funny. In
What's
2
this
minute
about?
snippets.
What is this about? What does this have to do with?
Just well, I was saying that, for example, with Letterkenny, I've never seen the show.
Oh, I've never
but
seen
I've
that either.
seen so many clips from it.
So good.
And the clips are hilarious, but I've never watched the show. Same way with comedians. I've watched a lot of 1 minute or 2 minutes and not watched their whole set. That was what I was talking about. It's changed our way we watch things.
Well, one of the featured games in college football is tonight.
Woohoo!
We only have 2 ranked games, and they're both on either obscure nights or obscure networks. You have Boston College and Missouri, which is on ACC Network tomorrow. But tonight, the debut of Friday Night Football on Fox is Arizona at Kansas State. Of course, K-State, who should be 1-1 right now if it weren't for the horrible
offensive pass interference call. I was so mad. I was yelling in the garage.
I'm glad
14th and Avery garage, just yelling.
I'm glad we agree, because that cost
was
me
a
an
horrible
extra point.
Horrible call.
But tonight, Arizona's been a little underwhelming so far, and running the football, Kansas State with Avery Johnson, who had a couple of nice big chunk plays.
Great coach for back in the day too in the NBA.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I wonder how that defense is going to handle Avery Johnson and the quarterback run game, because that's one area they have struggled at this year.
I really like. Oh, sorry, Michael. I really liked Bill Connolly when he broke this game down. Was looking at the quarterbacks. Fafita, his start to the year hasn't been very good for Arizona in total QBR. Avery Johnson, his is better, but not all that much compared to Michael. You remember how he was being talked about in the offseason? Like, there's a lot of people that thought Will Howard left to go to Ohio State because he wasn't going to be the starter this year in Manhattan. And that was you guys mentioned it. They get away with a penalty late in the game, and so they're able to win. But like, that was a tough game. And you wonder how they're going to respond coming back at home in this weird non-conference matchup versus Arizona.
I do wonder how it was for these people who are living in Manhattan, Kansas, to go down to the heat and humidity of being in New Orleans outside in that stadium.
Yeah.
It might have been a shock to the system. It was pretty hot that day. But I kind of like Arizona tonight. It's one of the ones I have down for a money line pick. Yeah, plus 230. Yeah.
Really?
What is it about the matchup that you like?
Again, it's one of those where I watched Kansas State last week, and I know what they're going to do. The game's going to be close. It's going to come down to some mistakes on either side. And I think Arizona, based off of what we saw in the last 6 games of last year, I think they can be that team again. They haven't been, but I think they can be. And so tonight, I think they get things going. It's one of those, you got to go with variance. And I think there's a good variance with Arizona.
For sure.
Well, if Arizona is able to chunk K-State like Tulane was
did,
last week.
That kid, that quarterback, boy, damn.
Mensa.
Yeah, he was good.
Prediction, he'll be at Oregon.
You think so?
They had the 5-star that's sitting on the bench right now, too.
I could see him going someplace, but Tulane's got some money. They have boosters. They have money. Like half the people in politics in Louisiana, where they make a lot of money, went to school there.
Huey Long still alive?
He's very dead, but there's many that came after him.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
6.5 is the number, by the way. 16.5 is the total. So for a Friday night opener on Fox, could be a very entertaining.
It's a great kickoff, John, to what is some are calling a very underrated weekend of college football.
Who's calling it that?
Or others are calling it a D plus.
Who's
weekend.
calling it that? Sip thinks it's a great weekend.
See, now that's what I'm talking about. I like what I've seen from Steve Sipple over the last year or so.
Hold on, this is
he
the
went
same
to on
guy
three.
that you rip for saying there's too many games on television.
He did. And this week he was like, this is a really good slate. I want to watch this game. I want to watch this game. I want to watch this game.
John, sometimes you see God, and I think that Sipple has seen God in his football takes. Plus, now that he's not the Journal Star anymore, he doesn't have to pretend to care about other sports. He's football pilled, and I very much appreciate that from him.
Well, that's very comforting to the folks at Husker Online that they don't have to care about anything but football.
No, he doesn't have to care about anything but football. He has other people to cover the other sports. Robin covers hoops. Grant covered baseball, Abby volleyball.
Another game that's sitting at 6.5 right now, and it's noon, 11 a.m. our time on ABC tomorrow, LSU and South Carolina. And this is a Gamecocks team that went on the road and won by 25 in Kentucky.
Very impressive.
As 9-point dogs.
Yeah.
Lenoris Seller, their quarterback.
Yeah.
Honestly, if it hadn't been for the fumbles that he had last week, would have graded out even better than they did. And the question I have for this matchup, guys, is can LSU provide Garrett Nussmeier with anything on the ground?
Can they run the ball?
Anything on the ground. They're averaging less than 4 yards a carry.
Yeah.
And it's not like LSU, and maybe SC is better defensively than we thought coming into
They
the
are.
season.
Trust me. They are.
But last week, where is the running game?
Well, they couldn't finish the game out. They couldn't finish them.
Yeah.
They should have been able to line up and run the ball and finish them. It's funny when you watch LSU because you see the warts early. They will be better as the season goes along because that is what they normally always are. They will get better. They're playing a lot of guys who are redshirt freshmen and second-year players. They'll get better as the season goes along. Brian Kelly's the same way. He's the same exact way everywhere he's coached. They get better as they go along.
Hey, John, remember that stat that we were doing earlier this week where we were looking back on Nebraska games and the spread, how well they did?
Differential?
Yeah. Okay. So I heard a stat this morning on my flight. LSU's spread differential right now per game, and obviously super small sample size, just 2 games, is 15 points. 15 points per game in the negative. They have not covered in either. Now, the second one, as Michael well know, they were 46.5-point favorites last week. They won by 23, so that's a minus 23.5. And then obviously versus USC, they were 4-point favorites and they lost by 7. So the majority of that is built into one performance.
Yeah.
But still, I find that interesting. Michael, I'm curious, as someone who has obviously been following LSU for many, many years, what are you thinking of the Brian Kelly experience so far? And I wonder why you think the game ones of it all have been such a struggle for LSU in his first few seasons.
Well, who they played that you would consider UTEP?
Nobody. Florida State, and USC.
They take these games, and they like to take these games, and they like to take the money they get from playing on the neutral sites. And so that's their own fault. The Florida State game, obviously the first one that came down to a field goal, they should have won that game. I like Brian Kelly there. I think Brian Kelly can win. I think Brian Kelly, I've said this when he got there, I think he wins a national championship. I think if Les Miles can win a national championship, I think he can win a national championship. I think if all the people Ed Orgeron can win, so I think he can win a national championship there.
Lunch bet.
Okay, that's fine.
Is there a timeline on this, or is it just whenever Kelly's done?
Well, I think what do you think? He's going to be there for 6-7 years, probably, and retire.
I mean, I'll give it until he's gone
and retire, right?
Yeah, I'll give it until he's gone. How old is he? Is he 60?
I don't think he's that old. Is he 60 yet? I don't know. For some
I'll
reason,
look.
I feel like 56, 57, something like that.
That might be right.
So, but still, guys coach now in their 70s if he wants to. They're going to pay him a fortune. There's no reason to leave. I don't think he'll ever be a guy who
62.
goes. Well, he is really old compared to what I thought he was. Although he's only 7 years older than me. Anyway, there's something about the way he coaches and the way LSU loses underclassmen that they've always, even in the COVID era, you look around, they have so many young guys playing. Most teams, you look around, they have all these guys who've been there for, not LSU. They have a couple guys, but I don't know what it is about them.
There's a lot of turnover.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
have more.
Jordan asks, how bad was Oregon's? So they were 49.5-point favorites in week 1. They only won by 10. They were 17.5-point favorites last week. They only won by 3.
Yeah.
So they're per game, they are at 26.75 to the negative.
Real
and
quick.
obviously, they're big favorites again this week in the Civil War. Michael, the Civil War.
Here's the thing. Can't call it that anymore. Here's the thing. They figured out the offense. I agree. I think they figured out the offensive line into the game. So they made the cardinal mistake that drives me nuts. When one guy gets hurt or can't play, instead of just putting a guy in his spot, you then take the left tackle and move him here and move the right tackle to center and the center to guard. No. And you know what they did? They went back and they just brought a backup in at guard, and they looked much better. I think they're going to come out and play well in Corvallis just because they offensive line straight up.
Their stats, their like sack stats last year versus what it's been so far in 2 games. It's insane.
What was it, last year?
I was just going to say, I think it was 3 sacks total, and they're
Yeah.
already above that number
Yeah.
through 2 games fairly easily. And he's been getting pressured a lot.
Yeah.
Though you know what? It's so funny because I did pick them to win the national championship. So this is certainly revisionist history to some degree, but there's some stuff with Dylan Gabriel as a quarterback that I'm like, oh, that's right. I really wasn't that big of a fan of his at UCF and Oklahoma, and I'm being reminded of that early
because
on
he
this
got
year.
hurt so much, right?
Yeah, that's true.
He
That's
was
true.
always getting a concussion or getting something wrong with him, and so you couldn't trust him. But when he was healthy, he was pretty productive, wasn't he?
Yeah,
From what I
productive.
remember.
I think it's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
I watch him and I just think he is lesser than national championship caliber quarterback sometimes.
Certainly possible. Yeah.
Big noon kickoff, Alabama, Wisconsin. This line, at least when I checked it this morning,
16 and a half still?
It was 15 and a half this morning. And remember, yesterday, Furman was like, 17. If it gets to 17,
Yeah, he said
looking
Wisconsin
at
or
Wisconsin.
pass.
But now it's starting to come down a little
16
bit.
and a half.
Okay, so it did come back up to 16 and a half. Remember how Tyler Van Dyke was supposed to be the big arm, perfect for this offense? He only has 2 completions of passes that have traveled 15 or more yards in the air.
If you watched him in Miami, I don't know what you expected. He was either throwing a pick, getting hurt, or making a big play.
Yeah.
He's the 3 outcomes is what he is.
He's the 3
quarterback
outcomes.
He's the 3 outcomes. When you watch him, let me tell you about this game though. Okay, just thinking about this game and the way it's set up.
Okay.
So, do you believe that Alabama is in a better position because they struggled for 3 quarters?
Awesome question.
Last week.
Awesome question.
And now all week they've been getting killed about that.
Yeah.
I think they come out against Wisconsin, 11 a.m., correct?
Yep.
I think they wear them out because they played so poorly last week.
Michael, I couldn't agree more. That score is in no way indicative of how that game actually went. What did they score? Was it 4 touchdowns?
It was
or 5 touchdowns?
14-13 in the third quarter, right?
In 6 minutes, they scored, I believe, all those touchdowns.
Yeah.
And you know what? We spent a lot of time last week talking about the atmosphere and how it could have an effect on Nebraska, Colorado. Wisconsin for early games, and maybe it's going to be different because it's Bama, but that student section is so late arriving, and now you have an 11 a.m. game. Everyone's going to be hungover.
Great point. Yeah. The one, I mean, I love Alabama in this spot, but I also like the under in this spot because I don't think Wisconsin gets anything on Alabama's secondary, and Milroe does struggle at times with pressure. So if Wisconsin gets a little bit of pressure, and that's a decent Wisconsin secondary. It would not surprise me if Alabama covers, but it's a low-scoring game.
You also have to run an offense that suits him. Talking about 3 outcomes, he's 2 outcomes. Either he's throwing it deep or he's running.
He bombs the ball.
So do those 2 things. Throw deep and let him run. Don't try to force him throwing timing routes or choice routes. Don't do it. He can't do it. And they figured that out late in the game.
We talked a little bit about this earlier when we got on the subject of Florida, but Florida's hosting Texas A&M, 2:30 kick on ABC. A&M's 3.5-point favorite. The question is, how much of Mertz do you see? How much of DJ Lagway, the 5-star, do they see? I mean, right now at this point, don't you just go with
I
the
would just
freshman?
start my freshman. Yeah.
Yep.
Don't you just go with the freshman? I mean, he's got really good arm talent. I mean, he is good. You know, this is the other 5-star in the class next to Dylan.
Right.
At this point, I think you just got to roll with it.
And speaking of quarterback, Connor Wegman is questionable. And, I mean, is there a world where that ends up being a net positive for Texas A&M?
Possibly, because you look at his numbers. Look at his numbers.
I do not like that man.
Look at his numbers playing Power 4 competition and playing non-Power 4 competition.
Yeah.
The passing grade is 35 points lower. The turnover-worthy plays double in the rate. And the completion percentage, adjusted completion percentage, is down 20%. So he feasts on the so-called lesser teams. He struggles against the more talented.
Maybe it's A&M. Have you noticed the quarterbacks who've left A&M and will go in other places and played well? Didn't Haynes King used to be there and the guy's playing now and playing better?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just Bryan College Station with its racist ass.
And
Did I say that out loud?
Johnny
I did say that out loud.
Johnny
Yeah.
Manziel.
Goodness, racist. Even
He overcame the racism.
Even in the he was white. The two what are you guys talking about? Anyway, he had they were two. Every time he played a really good defense, he struggled. By the way, that's why I didn't want to vote for him in the Heisman that year because he played LSU. Second half, they shut him out. Played Florida. Second half, whatever.
To be fair, that was like September, though, right?
I don't care. Whatever.
Those are the games I had highlighted. Anyone else have a game that they were interested in?
I mean, we mentioned one of them in passing a little bit earlier, and that was just Oregon and Oregon State. That was just more about what they've done the last couple of weeks. But I'm curious to see what happens there. The Boston College Missouri game tomorrow at a random start time, by the way, of 11:45.
ACC Network.
On the,
kids.
Michael, tell me what you think about Missouri, because I intake a lot of college football content, and the way in which the Tigers are discussed right now. It takes me I'm like, wait, are they really as talented as everybody says they are? Like, are they as good as people? What are they, 6th right now in the country? Are they really that good?
If I was going to give you, and leave quarterback out of this, I was going to give you 2 positions where you're going to be great at.
Mm-hmm.
What will be the 2 positions you're going to pick? You're in the SEC.
Yeah.
You got to beat the big boys.
It'd be something on the defensive line.
A defensive rush in, and in my opinion, big, strong wide receiver.
And
Wisconsin, Missouri recruits the heck out of big-time athletic receivers and pass rushers.
Yeah.
It's what they do. And I enjoy watching. But I do agree that Boston College is kind of an ugly dog here. One, because they have a very good coach who's going to call a great game and have a great offensive game plan. But when it comes down to it, I think Missouri has too many athletes for them to beat them, for Boston College to win it. But to cover the 14.5, I kind of like that.
Yeah. I'll be peeking at that scoreboard throughout the day tomorrow.
How many defensive ends does Missouri have go to the league? And how many wide receivers? They're great, but they're all like 6'3", 6'4", 210 pounds.
They always have,
crazy.
Always have the big length, angular bodies. Yeah. Well, we'd be remiss if we didn't at least touch a little bit on the NFL.
UMass Buffalo. So okay. I really like UMass plus the 4.
Hey, Todd Furman brought that game up yesterday.
Did he? UMass plus the 4.
Yeah, he likes UMass.
Yes.
Well, we know where Michael's going.
Down from 6.5, by the way. So maybe Todd influenced it.
We'd be remiss if we didn't mention that your 2 teams are playing this weekend. The Saints and the Goat Ropers. Noon kickoff on Fox. So it is available on Fox in Lincoln.
Very
for
sad.
free.
Very
or
sad.
You can just follow Michael in his split baseball jersey to whatever bar you
Hey,
guys
or John, FanDuel.com/1620 get 3 free weeks of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube.
True.
Hey, Michael,
I haven't gone to the bar. I haven't gone to the board for as soon as it switched over to YouTube TV, which I already had. We watch it in the basement. New Orleans Tyler and New Orleans John,
so
they come over and we watch the basement.
Right.
We had made
Michael,
riblets.
So Herdat's never going to find you again to have you comment.
Michael, let me. So last week, Saints win by 37 points.
Yeah.
And they're 6.5-point dogs the following week. You have been following betting trends and lines forever. Can you ever remember something like that in the NFL?
Well, the opening line, the opening line was the early season was 7.5.
Yeah, exactly. So it moves a point.
It moves a full point, but I mean, it's understandable.
It's
Dallas
Carolina.
played better than you thought they'd play, correct?
Yes.
And the Saints played a ton better than I thought they would play.
Yeah,
I was with everybody who was on the 4.5 and 5.5 Carolina. So I didn't think they'd play that well. I don't think that's something that's sustainable. That offensive line, it's patchwork. It played okay. Not against your front, the possession you're going to get. And it's going to come down to Derek Carr getting rid of the ball in time, which is not going to happen. I don't think that the Saints are going to be able to come out and run the ball like they did on Carolina, especially after Derek Brown went out. I would take Dallas and give the 6.5.
Yeah. Because you mentioned the line. Your line is pretty banged up right now, right?
Oh, yeah. Ramczyk he's out for the season or maybe even retiring. They took Trevor Penning, who was horrible, moved him to right tackle. You got a rookie at left tackle. They've drafted interior offensive linemen over the last 5 or 6 years, and none of them have really, Ruiz, McCoy, none of them have really stood out. So they had another guy retire. So, yeah, that's a massive mismatch.
It's fun going into football games with a defensive line that you like.
Great. It's great.
It's really, it's like, this is really nice to have in my back
Or a
pocket.
quarterback who that at the end of the game you have a chance to win.
Yeah. Do you hate Derek Carr as much as all the other Saints fans apparently do on the internet?
So I can't stand quarterbacks that hold the ball.
Yeah.
Can't stand it. And he holds the ball and he takes too many sacks. Now, I will say over the last, week 13, 14, 15, and I believe 17, he had 4 of the best weeks of his career last year. And then he turns around and he only has 200 yards passing, but he was really efficient. So maybe he's figured out something else. I like this offensive coordinator a lot better than what they had before. Pete Carmichael was just tired. So I do like that.
Who do they have now? Who's their OC now?
Kubiak.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I like having him in there. So maybe that makes a difference. They do have a lot of talent. Look across the board.
Oh, yeah.
They're talented running back. They have talent at tight end. They're deep at tight end. They got talent at wide receiver. But I just don't think the offensive line can hold up. And they're old. They're really old on defense. They might be the oldest defense in the league.
How much fun did you have watching the Falcons last week, given that their quarterback can't do a play-action pass because he can't step back into the throw?
Brutal. You know the worst part about that is that the key to that offense is the half roll. If you ever notice when you're watching that kind of offense, it's a lot of play-action half roll left to right. He can't do it. So you can't do the key to the offense.
There was video that came out of a practice earlier this week, too, and it's like, oh, my gosh, this is painful. Maybe drafting Penix isn't going to be the most idiotic thing because he'll probably have to play this year.
Why play him if he can't move? Especially, he could re-injure
those plays.
He could re-injure it.
I mean, I was really surprised how bad they looked. And we watched that whole game.
And I wasn't
Christian
I
had
picked
his
Pitt.
best friend over who is a Falcons fan, so that was the game on the
We
main
hate that
TV.
person. I don't even know his name. I picked Pittsburgh money line, and that's Tomlin's spot. That kind of underdog, he wins that at a higher rate than any coach in the history of the sport. Now, on the other hand, favorite, they're on the road this week or at home?
They're at Pittsburgh.
They're at Pittsburgh
against the
Or, I'm
Broncos.
sorry, they're at Denver. They're at
Thank you. So
Denver.
he is as a favorite on the road, he's really bad. He's complete opposite of what he is when he is an underdog. They call it the rah-rah Tomlin.
That game will be in
Tomlin
predictions.
spot. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. That's the direction I'm going. I've Denver money line.
Interesting.
A couple things on the injury front real quick. Marquise Brown, Hollywood Brown's going on the IR.
4 months they said he might be out?
Yeah. And I just saw on NFL Network, Christian McCaffrey will not play.
He is out, again.
He will not play for Minnesota.
And Addison, do you see Jordan Addison is also out in this game for the Vikings?
Yes, I did see that as well. And I'm not going to pick this for my upset pick. I like the Bucks plus 7.5 at Detroit this week.
Oh. The win or just a cover?
I think they can win. I think they can win.
I don't.
Yeah, I think the Bucks come back to the pack. That was great the way they played last weekend. It was great. They played against a horrible defense.
Yeah, don't forget, John, they got to play a team from the NFC East.
The worst, one of the worst defenses in the league they played last week.
Yeah, and Detroit played against 2/5 of an offensive line. And should have lost.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, baby.
Should have lost. All right, there's a quick look at the weekend of other games, but coming up next, it's the game, Nebraska and Northern Iowa.
We've invited Michael to our key party.
It's the only place in America where a Nebraska-Northern Iowa game is the game. But yes, we got it.
Welcome to the key party, Michael.
Problem is, Michael hasn't figured out the technology in his car, so he's not sure if the keys are going to work that well.
It's so stupid. My car sucks. It's
I don't
great.
even know what this is about.
It's so great. It's the great car to drive. It's a great
break.
car to drive. The driving is amazing.
But everything else not so much.
Everything else sucks.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's like possessed. Like gremlins are in it. Like physical gremlins. Crazy. Drives me nuts.
All right, we'll talk some Nebraska, Northern Iowa. And it is One Beer Friday, presented by Cross Strain Brewing. And Michael still has some of his NA in here that he can enjoy if he wants on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. Football is a thing, sure, but after last night, I think we should just focus on the best sport, baseball. I'm just kidding, of course. We're going to focus on football, especially ahead of this weekend. There are a lot of games waiting for you right now on the Circus Sports Iowa app. From college to pro football, there's something for everyone. Not to mention, with the Circus Sports Iowa tight moneyline splits, it really is a no-brainer that they should be your go-to sports book, especially because when you do win a lot this weekend between all of these games, Circus Sports Iowa won't even punish you by limiting your account like some of the other guys like to do. Plus, their customer support is just the best. It really is like having all the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand at the tip of your fingers anywhere in the state of Iowa. And I know I joked about baseball at the beginning, but they have that too. Props, the tight money line splits again, live in-game lines that update every single break. It really is just the hub for sports, and it can be your hub for sports, and it really should be. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
You probably have beer center. Each week, Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer center or not. What do you like to drink? Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
I cheated. I already cracked mine. Sorry. This Cross Strain was calling my name. Cross Strain Brewing, home of One Beer Friday. I got the Kolsch strain, and Nick's got the Berenstain beer.
Or is it the Bernstein beer?
I don't. That's a good question,
right? Isn't it?
That was Berenstain.
Isn't there a cartoon about how you say it correctly?
I don't know if there's a cartoon
Yeah.
about it. It's a Mandela thing. There's Bernstein,
Yeah.
Bernstein.
Mandela, the guy from South Africa?
Yeah.
You've never heard of the Mandela effect, Michael?
No,
Where people thought that he was dead for many, many years. Like, collectively, people had remembered him dying when he was still alive.
That's the James Amos effect.
It's called the Mandela
It's called the
effect
Mandela
now.
effect.
So James, he dies on Good Times, and people thought he was dead in real life. He shows up becoming American. Everybody's like, I thought he was dead. They thought because he dies on Good Times, and everybody thought he was dead for like 20 years.
So yeah, the Berenstain
Didn't know that.
Bears. We discussed this many years ago on the show. Stibbs and I thought it was spelled one way, but apparently it's been
not.
spelled the other way for the entire time. I don't believe it.
But
I think that there's a
we
glitch
had the
in the
books
matrix.
when the kids were little.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, it's weird. So people have posted pictures of those books where it's spelled a completely different way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it goes deep.
It's weird. It's very freaky.
Mandela effect.
Shut
is
up,
fun.
John. You didn't like Super Troopers, you big idiot.
Yeah,
It's not
John.
It wasn't funny.
And Michael.
I got
wasn't
many
funny.
texts about that discussion. Many
I'm
texts.
sure you got
Nobody
many
was
texts.
surprised by Michael. They were aghast at you, John. Aghast.
It's a great
Sorry,
movie.
Sometimes it just doesn't click. Some days it just doesn't click. I was shocked to hell when Iowa State beat Nebraska in 92. Shocked. And some days it happens.
It does.
Todd Doxson, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right, Todd. He's now a minister.
Yeah, I used to go to his church.
North
now-
quarterback.
That's where I met Damon. I met Damon at Todd's
At Todd's church, yeah.
Yep, and now here I am all these years later on the radio. Thanks, Todd.
I understand that there are people that have a
thanks,
different
Todd.
appreciation of things than I do, whether it's food or movies or whatever, right? I completely get that. I understand it completely.
But
I do like a lot of comedies. I just don't like this one. It just didn't. I didn't laugh. I
Same
named
here.
the three things I laughed at, and I
John
remember
didn't even
them
laugh at
distinctly.
those.
I laugh at them. I distinctly remember going, "Wow, that part was funny." And then I even started writing stuff down. I'm like, I've seen how many times I write something down. Yeah, it was 3 times. Three
Well,
times.
anyway, it's One Beer Friday. We were supposed to be at the world famous Roncalli concession stand. We had some technical issues and could not be there, but we will be back next month.
Woo!
So for all the Eddies,
Who are they playing?
Tonight they're playing Columbus Lakeview. I don't know who they're playing when we go back there in October.
Gotcha.
Apparently Columbus Lakeview's pretty good.
They were. They still are?
Apparently they
Okay,
are.
when I was doing high school football, they were pretty good.
But they're christening the brand new field. They got brand new artificial turf field.
Oh, it looks sharp.
It looks very
John
sharp.
was bouncing on it earlier.
It was. It's very springy. Very springy.
Springy.
But they got the end zones all dolled up with the Crimson Pride colors. So we're sorry we couldn't be there today, but we'll be there next month. And again, Cross Strain brings you One Beer Friday. And right now,
sponsored.
You can send us a pic of what you're drinking heading into this weekend. Just use the hashtag One Beer Friday and tweet at us, JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. And Nick, at some point, will pick one of you at random to get a $25 gift card
will.
from Cross Strain, where you can try any or all of their excellent choices.
They're all very, very
You know, it's last time I bought a beer, I believe I bought it for intern, right? I bought you Purple Haze or something like that. I remember buying you something. What did I buy you?
Fairy Nectar.
Thank you. Fairy Nectar, which I never heard of. And I went and bought that. You know what makes the Tua
He's
thing?
called me intern for the first time in years.
I still think in my brain first.
You still think of me as that?
And I changed it in my phone, but I still immediately think intern. What makes Tua worse, to take it back to the beginning of the show?
Yeah.
Because he looks like a little kid. And we don't like to see kids
like if it was
hurt.
Anthony Richardson, we'd be like, well, it's just the cost of doing football.
We don't
business.
have to talk about this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nick wasn't here for any of that discussion earlier.
We were talking about how he probably should not play football again.
I agree. He shouldn't.
He should probably
unless
retire.
it's flag football.
I said after
in the Olympics.
I said after his last concussion, and I was saying this last year, if this happens again, I want him out.
He should be out. Yeah.
I love Tua. It's fun to watch him, but it's not worth that.
What happens? Like, imagine what would happen. The worst happens. I'm not talking about death. I'm talking about, all of a sudden he's in a chair or something like that. That'd be so horrible for him, his family, and really, sorry to say this, the sport.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this is not, Daryl Stingley anymore where,
No.
we just kind of go, oh, yeah, it happens.
That
It's
happens,
football.
I just don't get what happened because last year, I mean, I know I joked about this and we all did, but he learned how to roll.
Well,
he literally learned how to
it's still football and it's still, getting slammed on the turf. You can practice all these things as much as you want, but it's a fast-moving game.
But he also stopped diving headfirst into people last year.
Well, he didn't. I don't think he didn't.
He wasn't
It wasn't a dive. It was a collapse.
Yeah, he was
like he kind of collapsed. He
Yeah,
brought
he
his
was
knees
just trying
down.
to. Yeah, he was just trying to come down. And it was bad. Bad place, bad time. Hamlin is right there on him, and he basically.
And it's not. It's not the hit. It's the sudden stop.
Yeah,
it's always the sudden stop. So hitting the ground is the worst thing you can possibly do.
And that's what happened. And live, I was like, "Oh, it was because he ran into Hamlin." No, it's because he bounced off the field.
Yeah. There's cement under there.
Yep.
Well, it's time to look into the game this weekend. Nebraska is a 32.5-point favorite after all the wacky line movement that was going on earlier this week. And as you may have heard on Tuesday when Mike Farron joined us, Michael dove into the film.
I did
on this game.
Yes,
and so we might as well take advantage.
Yeah, we seriously should
of your intense scrutiny of this film. And as I tried to remember how Mike described
the
it, but
funny
it was
thing
pretty
about
funny.
this is that I do this every week.
Oh, I know.
Every opponent. It's just my process.
Yeah.
I do this. I'll go back and I watch it, usually a couple of their games. Only choice I had was the 14-minute highlights of Valpo game and then reading through the play-by-play from the game against St. Thomas, which they probably should have lost. A couple key things about this. They played two teams that are non-scholarship teams. There are only two leagues in FCS, two conferences that are not scholarship.
Ivy
and this one. Patriot, I believe it's called.
The one that's
I think it's the Patriot that has these two teams, St. Thomas and Valpo in it. I believe they're called the Patriot. Isn't it called? Well, anyway,
you might be right.
They're not scholarship schools, okay? So you understand what they are. Against St. Thomas had a 100-yard receiver, caught 104 yards of passes, and a 100-yard rusher. For St. Thomas, think about what Nebraska's going to do to that defense if St. Thomas can do that. The one thing that scares you when you have a FCS or 1AA or whatever team is having a quarterback that either has a really big arm or is mobile. This kid is neither. In his two games, 23 of 42 for 215 and 3 touchdowns. 23 of 42 against Valpo and against St. Thomas.
By the way, it's the Pioneer League.
Pioneer, thank you. It was a P. So Pioneer League. It was a P something. But he's an okay runner, but he's not going to scare you. He's not going to take off on his own read. He's not. Both their running backs are talented. 5 is he's a starter and he's a smaller guy.
Amari Hickson.
Yeah, and he can run, but he's not going to get you the breakout run.
Yeah.
2 will get you the long run. He's an explosive threat. If you notice the yards, they got almost the exact same carries, and one guy's got a lot of the yards. That's 2. Their defense,
Edwards, yep.
They all hit well, but they aren't fast. The reason why they hit so well is because they were playing Valpo and St. Thomas. When they go against people who are actually athletic, they're in trouble. The other thing about them is their offensive line. They're in trouble, dude. They're in so much trouble. You line up Nash, Ty,
sheer size.
Worse than that. I think worse than that. I think I don't know how they block the front. I have no idea how they do it. Valpo got penetration. And again, like I said, non-scholarship school.
So, Michael, this could end up turning into one of the more destructive games that Nebraska's been able to have versus the opposition in quite some time.
If they come ready.
Yeah.
And, he preaches it, Rule preaches it all the time. It's a one-game season. If that actually happens, I said this as our burning questions on on Big Red Wrap-Up.
Will they win by 40?
Will they get half 100?
Yeah.
Because they could.
Yeah.
And he also doesn't like to run the score up. But if he decides to, they could do it.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they look like early in the game. Given, if John's theory from last week is right, that they had the hangover, but it was in the second half, which I think is a fine theory. Do they just start off with 21 points in the first quarter and a few 3-and-outs or takeaway or 2 or something where it's just see you later, this game's over? John's can we just go on at halftime for Big Red Overreaction because the game is already done?
Well, I don't want to play. I don't want to go longer. I just want to.
No. Yeah, you go on at halftime. You do a couple hours. See you later.
I want to give you one more thing about who they're playing. Yeah, one more thing about who they're playing.
Okay.
Watching the Valpo highlights, number 9 off the edge. I was like, that kid's athletic. Look at him. He's pretty good. So I go to the roster. There's no number 9 on defense. Doesn't exist. There's a number 9 who plays wide receiver. Is that him? I have no idea. Because he didn't get any he didn't get any stats, but he was really athletic coming off the edge. So you're talking about a team that doesn't even have players who are playing on the roster. That's who they're playing tomorrow.
Yeah, the number 9 on the roster
is a wide receiver.
Duran Bunton.
Yeah.
From Edison, New Jersey.
Yeah, and that might be him. Maybe they moved him over to defensive end.
Well, sometimes a guy forgets to pack his uniform, or maybe there was some blood on there and they had to exchange with another player.
I wish they'd have mentioned that because I didn't understand it.
You know how it is, the bloody uniform theory.
I was always shocked.
I'm just throwing that out there. What about Edwards, though? Because one of the things, Edwards, with the size that he is, 6'3", 230.
Mm-hmm. And he's got speed, too.
With speed.
Yeah. When the guys are standing in the backfield when he takes the handoff, I don't know how good he'll be with acceleration.
Let's assume that doesn't happen. How difficult will he be for Nebraska to bring
he's
down?
A tough guy to tackle. He ran through so many tackles against Valpo. But he's a talented kid. I'm not putting him down. I think 5 is good. Hickson is good too. But I just don't think that they're going to be the holes that they had against Valpo and then eventually against St. Thomas. I just don't see them there. And you can be the best running back in the world. There were times where Derrick Henry, who was pretty damn good, played against defensive lines when his offensive line was bad and couldn't get any yards because he couldn't get started. I think that's the case here. Here's what I wrote about Amari Hickson, just watching his tape. I said, not overly explosive, but a real solid runner and can catch the ball out of the backfield. He runs through all kinds of contact, great screen back. He's patient, good stiff arm. Ty Edwards, little more lean, runs higher, looks faster than 5. He's the big play back, pretty good 1-2 punch. So that was the running back evaluation.
And this is an offense that basically is meant to be an air raid.
It's supposed to be an air raid that runs the ball a ton. They line up in a pistol or offset pistol. They're wide with the wide receivers. The leading wide receivers got 5 catches.
Are they wide though on the
two by one?
Split? No, but do they do the wide splits on the line?
No, like that. Not like Texas Tech. No. But the offensive coordinator, this is what they were talking about during the game, listening to their commentators, is that was the idea. I wrote it down at the beginning. Air raid offense, run out of the pistol, because they said that in the highlights. So, and then again, Adrian Dunn's the quarterback. That's the quarterback. That kid, not good. He was 11 of 25 for 99 yards against St. Thomas.
You know who else had those same numbers? Caleb Williams.
For Chicago Bears? Yeah. Was he playing against an NFL team?
Are the Titans still in the NFL?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Although they do have an NFL team.
They have Lee Jeans quarterbacking for him, and he cost me several major bets.
It's what happens when you're a Mayo guy.
I know. It's so stupid
to
just.
John, I had a sandwich with mayonnaise on it today. It was delicious.
It was delicious, wasn't it?
Oh, let me guess.
Mayo is so good.
Was it Jersey Mike's?
No, it's Jimmy John's.
I like Jimmy John's. Jimmy John's is solid.
Yeah.
They have better bread. I love French bread. Have you ever had Blue Plate mayonnaise?
No.
I will bring some back from New Orleans next time we go.
Yeah?
It's amazing. You'll love it. It's
what
really
a great
good.
guy. See, Michael is so nice.
I'm sure.
John never brings me mayonnaise.
Those
That's
commercials.
because I won't be caught dead in the damn mayonnaise section. I'll be, where's the damn Miracle Whip? No? All right, fine. I'm out of here.
The whole condiment section, they're all together. If you get ketchup, you got to walk past the mayonnaise.
That's true.
And then you got the mustard, salad dressing.
I have blinders when it comes to that.
Mayonnaise. Okay, got it.
I don't need that crap.
All right.
All right. There's your quick film study. When we come back, we've got some keys to the game. Got some betting trends for this game. Not a lot because there's not a lot of history between these two teams. And still to come, we have predictions.
Nice.
Predictions this week. And can Nick continue his run of at least getting a point in the upset of the week? He's
because they cover and you get 2 points if they win?
2 points for an outright win, 1 point for a cover.
Super dog.
Now, he copied off my homework in week one, but
okay.
We'll let that slide.
Because he didn't understand what to do.
You still win the bet.
That's true. You
Even
still
if somebody
win the
else
bet.
bets it.
You still win the bet.
That's right.
Back One Beer Friday brought to you by Cross Strain. Find out more. Go to crossstrainbrewing.com. You can find out so much more about all this great stuff like this delicious Kolsch strain that I am enjoying right now from Cross Strain Brewery on 1620 The Zone.
best time at your party. Thank you very much.
Tea party time here on the Grum. Josh is up in Minnesota. What time is your game? Is it 11 or 2:30?
2:30.
Key party.
Tea party or key party?
Key
Oh,
party.
thank God. Okay, I don't want to be involved in the tea party. Go ahead.
Nice.
I mean, it was just tea. It's just a little bit.
The original tea party was cool.
Yeah,
the last tea party not as cool.
Really?
Yeah.
Not as cool.
Okay.
Not as cool. That other one was good.
Here's some series history and trends. Of course, this is the first time these programs have ever met. The most famous Nebraska-Northern Iowa meeting, baseball team, beat Northern Iowa in the opener of the 2001 NCAA Regionals at Buck Belzer Stadium.
Oh, nice.
16-6.
I've heard you on that call.
Yeah, Gary and I did that game.
All right, I heard it.
Also, the other one, it's my funny anecdote, but the night that Nebraska won their first ever volleyball championship was 1995.
Mm-hmm.
I was running the board for John Baylor at KLIN, but there was a Nebraska game against UNI that night at Devaney. So I hustled over there after the volleyball broadcast to go watch basketball because they had the courtside seats. And this young man named Jason Daisy went off. Northern Iowa ended up winning like 109-103.
Yeah.
And in the press conference afterwards, Danny Nee basically MF'd, not in a mean way, but just how frustrated he was that they couldn't shut down that CS, Jason Daisy, and all the others.
You called him a CS?
Yeah. And that may have been my answering machine message for a few weeks.
The only person,
told that story before, John.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
The only person I know that uses that regularly was Bo. Bo used that all the time.
That's an old man thing to say.
Danny likes that.
Not my old man.
I heard somebody a couple years older than me use that once. And
I've
it
never
threw
used
me
that.
off.
I've never used it, but I've heard Bo use it.
September 14th is weird because of the leap year. There's a lot of times where Saturdays will not fall. It'll skip, days. And so the September 14th, I was trying to find like monumental moments
Famous
on
game?
September 14th.
Right.
The best I could find was 1968, the season opener. Paul Rogers hit a 51-yard field goal with 21 seconds left
that'd be
to
awesome.
beat Wyoming.
Do that tomorrow. Not to win, but just make one.
John, this is we need to give this a name. This is the Rob Anderson stat of the week because Rob loves looking at various dates and things that happened on those dates.
He's
Creighton
awesome.
hit 4 threes on this date one time.
He's so good.
Exactly. About the points, this would be if it closes at its current number or above 30. It would be just the fourth game in the last decade to close at minus 30 or greater in favor of the Huskers. Nebraska's just 3-7 against the spread in their last 10 games, favored by 30 or more. They have failed to cover 4 of the last 5.
What's the only one that they covered?
I knew you were going to ask, and I don't have the odds shark up. I'll look that up.
I'm trying to figure it out. 4 of the last 5 where they were favored by 30 or more.
They did cover, and there's one they didn't cover?
No, they didn't cover 4 of them, and they did cover 1 of them.
Oh, okay.
So what are the games that they have won by a lot of points?
Well, they won a lot against Idaho
is
State.
Bethune-Cookman the one that they covered?
It could be.
I think they barely covered that
I'm dialing up
the
the
worst
odds shark
teams they've
right now.
played over the last 10, 15 years. Idaho State and Bethune-Cookman.
Once upon a time, Nebraska was favored by 30 a lot.
Oh, yeah. It was like every week almost.
It doesn't happen quite as much as it used to. The only cover was Fordham.
That's the other one. That's the other one we left out.
The others were South Alabama, Bethune, McNeese, and Wyoming. 2013.
Wyoming won.
They were a 31-point favorite and eked out a 3-point win.
I thought that kid was going to be an NFL player. Was it Brett Smith or something? What's his name? That quarterback for Wyoming?
That sounds familiar.
I really thought he was going to be good.
That
he
sounds
never
familiar.
did anything.
Nebraska's 2-0 ATS. That's against the spread, Nick. To start a season for the first time since 2016. That is the best spread differential through 2 games since 2009. 2009, we're at a plus 17 spread differential. 2009 started out at plus 29.5.
Nice.
And the under has hit in 3 straight Husker games dating back to last year, and in 19 of the last 30.
Yep, that's what they want to play.
So that's the Matt Rule era plus going back into the Mickey Joseph after he fired Eric Chenander era too.
Yep,
correct.
Yep,
A smart firing, John.
Bill Bush took over, and all of a sudden they could tackle.
Yep.
Well,
Isn't that
Josh,
interesting.
Get your keys out and share us your keys.
First one, take it to the banks. And I'm not talking about my dog. Our pick to have the best year from any wide receiver finished the game versus Colorado, as we talked about a little bit earlier, John, just 2 catches for 2 yards. Overall, the wide receivers in totality, just 13 catches for 98 yards. And going on top of what Michael talked about a little bit earlier with the size differential that we could see and maybe the things that you can do, whether it's the namesake of this key, whether it's Jalen Lloyd, Nair. I'm wondering if this could be one of those games where after criticism was levied on them from inside and outside the program, if they could put together a much better game before conference play begins. So certainly use some of that size advantage and skill advantage that they could have here. Key number 2, I don't even like slogans. A slogan that people do love is run the damn ball. Mm-hmm. It's been a way of life around these parts, and it's certainly how Northern Iowa wants to operate. We talked about it earlier. They are running the ball quite a bit. They're averaging quite a few yards on the ground. And while I don't really know if this will be an exact one-to-one preview of what we're going to see from Illinois next week, because they're fairly mid at running the ball, it's going to be it's not a challenge. I'm just excited to see what happens when Nebraska goes against a team that is going to try to run. After watching a couple of teams that wanted to throw the ball around Memorial Stadium, I'm excited to see what's going to happen versus a team that wants to run the ball even if they are going to be incredibly overmatched. So shut down that slogan, stop them from running the ball. Third key, flip the bird to Tom. And I'm not talking about Osborne.
Chattel.
I'm not talking about Chattel. I'm not Bo. I'm talking about Fornelli. We discussed his numbers yesterday.
Tom Fornelli.
Friend of the Grum, but he had the stuff on success rate or lack thereof for Nebraska, the explosive plays or lack thereof, the real big struggles in the red zone scoring. I don't need Nebraska to fix all of them tomorrow, but it would be nice to see 2 or of those things. Certainly one of them get fixed and cleaned up a little bit in this one. Success rate being a bit more consistent is definitely the one that jumps out to me the most. We talked about it earlier. Michael had the stat 190 yards that were left on the field because of penalties. Just clean some of that stuff up. And I think that again, if that didn't happen, ifs and buts, but the discourse or the way in which we're talking about the second half is entirely different. And then finally, key number 4, aisle W28. Michael, do you know what is an aisle W28?
In Walmart?
No, this is Target.
No, I know. I don't know.
So I had my wife look this up last night.
Okay.
This is the Target on 168th and Maple.
Okay.
John, this is the juice aisle. This is where the juice is.
Oh,
Stop
okay.
by aisle W28. Because they had the juice last week. The juice was there.
Yep.
They might have to go back to the aisle and get a couple of extra cartons tomorrow night. It is a night game at the very least. At least it's not a sleepy 11 a.m. game. They're ranked for the first time in 5 years, so that should be a positive as well. This is it's a stepping stone moment for the program, right? Ranked, playing a bad team, another overmatched team, but trying to continue this party that the program is on. So show up with a little bit of juice, take care of business, allow John to do a crisp 2 hour and 15 minute
Hour
edition
5
of Big Red Overreaction with Jimmy Allen and say, see you later. It's time for a
5.
Friday night game in a week.
Hour 5.
Well, I'll branch off on
170 yards, by the way, is what how many they had.
170. All right. Well, I'll branch off on your point, Josh. Energy. I mean, yeah, a real test of a team's progression is handling success. Nebraska last week handled the game that always got away, the high pressure situation. They handled that.
Yep.
Now you've got people patting you on the back. How are you going to handle that? They passed the test last week. It's not going to be a similar atmosphere. Thanks to the light show and the drones. I don't know if they'll bring the drones back for this one, but the light show, the folks tend to stay around a little bit longer, even if it's a bad game,
right?
Because they want to be a part of the light show. But then after that, it gets a little sleepy. This is more of what Mac would always say is a bring your own energy to the game type of night. Appropriate I say that. This is his alma mater that Nebraska's playing.
Mac Brown.
That'd be Mac.
It's also Troy Dannon's alma mater.
I know, but I'm talking about
talking about
Dannon.
Got to bring Creighton and everything. Go ahead.
Anyway, this is a game. If Northern Iowa was able to run a little bit, those are the types of teams that can take a crowd out of the game.
Yeah.
Last week, it's easier because you're just pinning your ears back and kill the quarterback. This is going to be a little bit different. So just bringing some energy. Speaking of bringing things, bring the wood. Meaning get up there and tackle. Get ready to hit. Ty Edwards. Big back, could be tough to bring down. Hickson, he's forced 13 missed tackles so far this year. So make sure you bring the wood, tackle well. I like that this game is happening where it is, even if it's not a great opponent It's an opponent that plays a little bit more what you're going to see moving forward.
Yeah.
Key 3 is get it done, as in Aiden Dunn. Force him to throw.
That's a pun.
Michael
It is a
said,
pun, yeah.
not a great throwing quarterback for a guy who's playing in what's supposed to be an air raid offense. 55% completions. Their top 2 receivers each have 5 catches.
5 catches, yeah.
Put the game on his back. Number 4, save the pastries for Sunday. It's been a clean couple of games turnover-wise, but games like this can lead to, letdowns, some lethargic behavior. One sure sign of that is if you're playing sloppy with the football.
Yeah.
So save your turnovers for Sunday, especially the cherry ones. They're the most delicious. Save your pastries for Sunday. And finally, number 4 is figure it out. Matt Rule blunt in his assessment of the kicking game.
Yeah.
And while he backed off of that a little bit yesterday, the cat's out of the bag. He's frustrated by it. They went with, they're working out the new long snapper to see if they can fix some things on that side of it. But they got to get Tristan Alvano's head right. If Nebraska's got an opportunity, even in a blowout, to kick some field goals, forget about their feelings. As some people would say this time of year, bleep their feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Kick the ball, get some good reps, get some good vibes. Because if you're chasing 3, you better hit some 3s at some point this season.
So this is going to be, obviously, I have some of the same ones you guys had.
Yeah.
This has a music theme because, of course, Nick is about the music.
Thank you.
So I got the music in here. So we're going to start off with
music and you.
Yeah, the music and you. I start off with Let the Rhythm Hit 'Em. As you all know, the greatest lyricist in the history of rap music, Rakim, from Eric B. and Rakim, said, let the rhythm hit 'em. They have to get a rhythm. Last year in the second half, they had 0 rhythm. It was brutal to watch. They couldn't put anything together. So let the rhythm hit 'em is the main key to this whole thing. But number 1, don't stop, get it. Don't stop, get it. Next episode, as you all know, Dr. Dre, this kind of game deserves a 50 burger. Early on, score points with your starters. In the middle game, earn with your second team. And at the end of the game, you bring your backups in, the third and fourth team, and keep scoring. Who cares if you blow them out? Don't go, I didn't want to score here. No. Score. Get as many points as you can. This may be the last chance you have to run it up on somebody and get everybody to play.
Somebody took the over.
I haven't bet the over. There is nothing wrong with doing that. Just keep getting it. Aquarius, Let the Sun Shine In by the famous group, The Fifth Dimension. Make them one dimension. Yeah, it was a whole bunch of groups together, but the Fifth
Is that
Dimension.
the song from the end of 40-Year-Old Virgin? That song, Michael?
Ooh, I have
The Age of Aquarius.
That's the song. Yeah, it's actually
All
it's from the play, the movie, the play. Jesus Christ Superstar.
Yes.
Yeah. So force Northern Iowa to be one-dimensional. As you said, throw the ball. I mentioned 23 of 42 for 215 yards. He can run a little zone read, but I've watched him throw. I guarantee you, if he throws the ball more than 25 times on Saturday, Nebraska will have a minimum of 2 interceptions. A minimum of 2 interceptions. Make him throw the ball, make him go to the air, make them one-dimensional. And the last one for me is, and I love this, one of my favorite groups of all time, Metallica. You got to charge the battery, baby. You got to charge the battery. In baseball, John knows. What's the battery, John?
The battery's the catcher and the pitcher.
In football, it's the long snapper, it's the holder, and it's the kicker.
Yep.
You've got to get your battery right. Right now, the battery is similar to when we were kids and we would test the 9-volt and you got no feel in your tongue. There was no
We did
feel.
do that. We did do
There's
that.
no
It was a different
electricity.
era.
Yeah, you did that too. So, as John said, chasing 3 is the Alanis Morissette of this situation. It's so ironic they named it that, and they can't get 3s. You got to just do it. Take them, take chances. Whoever it is, I don't care who the kicker is, who the holder is. Well, Buschini stays as the holder, or who the long snapper is.
Right.
You've got to try them because you're going to need them. Do you know Josh Peterson, a.k.a. intern, John Bishop, a.k.a. the Ginger Monster? Do you know how many games in the Big Ten conference games were decided by 3 or fewer points last year?
In the whole league?
In 2023, all of the conference games, how many of them?
What's that total number of games? What's the raw number of games?
Well, that'd be what? There was back then. There were 12. Were there 14 teams? Right? 14 times. And everybody plays 9. Everybody played 9.
But everybody played.
I'm gonna go
32.
No, it's not that high.
Oh, 22.
So it's 14 games.
12.
So basically, it's once a week. You had a game decided.
And how many did Nebraska have?
Here's the crazy part about it is Nebraska didn't lead the conference. Illinois had 5.
Okay.
Minnesota had 4. Iowa had 4. Nebraska had 4. And Northwestern had 3. You notice anything about those teams? They were all in the old Big Ten West. The only teams from the East to play those games were Maryland, Indiana, and Michigan State.
Yeah,
and
those
they had
are all honorary Big Ten West teams.
Exactly. Right. They're all and let me end by saying this. Smashing through the boundaries, lunacy has found me, cannot stop the battery, pounding out aggression, turns into obsession, cannot kill the battery. Metallica, Battery. Yeah.
I did not expect that. I did not expect a lyricist.
I went to go see I went to go see the original Monsters of Rock.
I didn't know you were that into Metallica.
I was. Not as much anymore, but when you're talking like 16, 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old, I was into that kind of music. Yeah. And then as I got older, I kind of got into Metallica. We went to a lot of Monsters of Rock in the Sanger Theater. 85, 86, 87.
Oh, good.
Yeah. It was good.
Good era.
Yeah. Masters of Puppets album. That's from that song's from, by the way.
Coming up next, it's predictions. And folks, stop me if you've heard this.
Oh,
there's been another line movement.
Line movement.
Stand by for that information and our picks, including some props on this game. Michael here, Josh there, I'm here, Nick's here. We're all here. 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over. It is time for predictions. And last week, well, the king is the king. I mean, I can't help myself.
But look at all those bonus points.
But yes,
Sad.
Nick picked up 2 bonus points for the upset. He had Idaho winning plus 7.5. Idaho won straight up. And Josh, unfortunately, took Appy State. And Clemson actually showed up to dinner and ate very well. But, the current numbers, Josh is, the good news, Josh, is this is basically what you did the last round.
And then I
you
came
eventually
back.
Caught up to Nick. Now, neither one of you were in my league.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I want to beat you. I'm getting sick of losing to your goofy ass all the time.
Whoa.
Good luck. Here we go. Picks this week. And, of course, Michael's in as well, so we'll get his picks as well. Arizona, Kansas State tonight, 6.5. Now,
It is 6.5 now, by the way.
It is 6.5. So the graphic is this is updated. So we'll go with the current line of 6.5 points. I like Kansas State in this one. I don't trust Arizona to be able to stop K-State. And it's at home Friday night. I'm going to go with K-State.
Me, I got Arizona plus the points. I get the 7 because every other line except for FanDuel has 7. I'm taking 7 and Arizona. Was 8.5.
6.5 in predictions, Michael.
No, I don't believe you.
Give me the Cats from Kansas State.
Give me Arizona because I like Walt Disney Devil.
Wrong logo, Nick.
That's the Arizona State Sun Devils.
Ah, crap.
That's different.
Arizona is the Wildcats.
Arizona State played last night.
They just have a big A on their helmet.
My bad.
Yep.
It's
sorry.
okay.
I thought it was.
So do you still want to go with them because
still
they're
do
not
bear
the Devils?
Do they still have bear down?
They still do bear down.
I want K-State.
All right, so he's switching
so
his
Nick
pick.
is switching
I
because
apologize.
they no
I'm
longer
sorry.
have the Disney. Okay,
Let's see
whatever.
what other logos we're going to run into over this.
Big noon kickoff. It's Alabama minus 16.5 at Wisconsin. Nick.
Bama.
Same.
Bama by 1 billion.
Oh, wow. Bama boys.
Clean sweep. Alabama. The noon game or 11 o'clock our time on ABC, and it's actually where College Game Day is this week. First time in Columbia for game day for over a decade. LSU, 6.5 point favorite at South Carolina.
South Kakalaka.
What do you like, Michael?
I like LSU to cover the 5.5. Is that what you got right now?
We have
It opened.
6.5.
By the way, I'm looking at the lines, bro. None of them are 6.5. LSU, South Carolina.
It is 5.5 right now.
I am
All right,
taking.
we'll change it to
I
5.5.
am taking.
I put so much work into this.
LSU
This is what it was this morning.
minus the
when I sent this to
5.5.
you.
It opened at 9, by the way.
I'm with Michael. Give me LSU minus the 5.5.
Stop Rocket Sanders.
LSU is going to win, but give me the Gamecocks. Why not?
You can have the Cox.
Give me the Cox.
I almost want to take South Carolina straight up in this one.
Of course you do, because you hate Brian Kelly.
Well, I mean, he's a fake Cajun.
Sean is winning right now, Josh.
But I will take LSU.
It's
I
up.
had LSU originally on my sheet. I'm going to stay with LSU.
Plus 192 if you take them.
I'll
Plus
go
192.
with LSU. So Nick's on an island. Let's see if this has changed. Is it still 9.5? Notre Dame, Purdue?
I switched over to the money line. I apologize.
7.5.
7?
My God.
7.5. Nick, it's okay.
So this thing has dropped 2 points?
Yeah, I'm going to go with
Oh,
Notre
yeah.
Dame
Purdue,
then.
you mean?
Give me the
Something
Irish.
happened. Something happened earlier today. Yeah.
Here come the Irish. John, remember when you tweeted that a couple Saturdays ago?
Yeah, I did. Hey, they look good. So you're going to take Notre Dame?
Yeah, I'm going to take Notre Dame. Give me those points.
It opened at 16, by the way. No team has had more upsets as touchdown or more dogs over the last 5 years as Purdue has outright. I'm going to take Purdue plus the 7.5.
I had Purdue. I'm going to stay with Purdue.
Purdue Pete freaks me out.
He is freaky.
So give me Purdue.
There you go.
He'll murder me if
There
I
you
don't
go.
pick them.
It's a train, by the way.
Choo choo.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't even look like a conductor.
No, I meant the train is their mascot.
Oregon, 16.5 point favorite at Oregon State.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I will take
Don't say it.
Oregon State.
John's a Beaver believer.
Don't say it.
Man, I think, John, I'm going to go with you on this one. I'm going to take Oregon State as well.
I believe Oregon has fixed the problems on their offensive line. They went simple. I think they're going to line up and run it at Oregon State, and Oregon is going to win. Duck, duck, quack, 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 quack.
Quack, quack,
Quacky, quacky.
quack.
Quack.
Give me the Ducks. They're goofballs. I love goofballs.
What time is that game?
That is 2:30.
Thank you.
2:30.
Yeah. Same time as the Apple Cup as well.
This one is going on opposite Nebraska and Northern Iowa on CBS.
Oh, that's a good one.
Colorado, 7.5-point favorites at Colorado State. The Rams have been talking some smack this week.
Colorado State, because I think it'll be funny.
I took Colorado State money line plus 230, so that's where I am.
I'm going Colorado State.
Oh, so I'm the only one going with the Buffs.
You traitor!
I'm sorry.
You're on an island in the buff.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Now on to the NFL. The Saints. The Saints are 6.5-point dogs at the Dallas Cowboys.
That's right.
Michael gave a lot of reasons earlier to go with the Cowboys, but the one thing that is going to cause me to pick the Saints is it is a noon home game. I don't like noon home games. Give me the Saints plus the points.
I'm taking Dallas.
I would love to see that happen. I think Dallas wins by 17-20. So I will take Dallas minus the 6.5. Where are you? 6.5. Okay.
6.5. Yeah.
Okay. 6 is across the board.
I will also take the Cowboys.
A typical deranged Cowboy fan syndrome. Josh going against his own team.
What? I can't win with you.
Josh, it would be really hard.
You can't win because you're a Cowboys fan.
It's the Saints.
It'd be really hard.
Sorry, Michael.
Yeah,
it's the Saints.
I agree. I understand. Yeah. Their win total was like 5.5.
Nice graphic here, Nick. That's Anthony Richardson right before the coolest pass,
before.
And then Joey.
You ever notice how
you skipped a game, Nick?
I was going in order, wasn't I?
No, we don't have Seahawks. You don't have the Seahawks Patriots graphic.
I apologize.
What were you going to say, Michael?
You ever notice that sometimes it feels like Anthony Richardson is throwing with the wrong hand? You ever notice that? Like sometimes he throws the ball and you go, that can't be his real arm.
That's why he has a sub 50% completion
Yeah, that had to be a lefty, right? But then sometimes he throws the greatest pass ever.
Oh, I apologize for
missing
missing
the
that one,
Seahawks
John.
game in there, Nick?
No, I just missed it.
It is not. We can
Is it
strike.
still 5?
The Seahawks were 3.5-point favorites at New England.
Beginning of the week. Okay.
I'm
3.5.
I'm going with the Patriots.
Ew.
Seattle.
Seahawks.
People are way overreacting to the Patriots winning one game over a Bengals team that might just be bad.
It's a garbage team.
Yeah, the Seahawks too. Minus 3.5 or 3. Whatever.
I'll live on that island. I don't care.
Seahawks winning the NFC West, baby.
That was good odds for that. Wasn't it like 5-1?
Yeah, it was pretty high. John, did you see
Yeah,
that
good
McCaffrey?
good.
McCaffrey isn't just out; he might be on the IR at some point soon.
Didn't need him last week. Colts Packers, rare spot that Green Bay is a home dog, but obviously not expecting to see Jordan Love. So Colts are -3 at Green Bay.
Packers money line.
Packers
money line.
Same. I'm with Green Bay.
Ooh, this is dangerous because we all have the Green Bay Packers.
Oh God, I don't like that. I thought John was going to go with the Colts.
No. Next,
Opening line, by the way, was last week was the Colts plus 4.5.
Michael, I don't remember. Was this on the air that you mentioned the Tomlin home?
Yes.
Yes.
He was talking about that earlier.
Well, the
that's
Steelers
dog.
are road favorites
Yeah,
at Denver -2.5. I already had the Broncos.
Yep, I had
After what you said, I'm going with the Broncos.
Dang it. I picked the Steelers in my pick. I'm going to go with that, but Michael definitely almost swayed me.
I have the Broncos.
I'll go with the Steelers, but I don't feel good about this game at all.
Well, don't watch it.
Sounds gross.
Yeah.
The game. What is this?
Patrick
That's not
Mahomes and Joe
Patrick
Burrow.
Mahomes.
It's Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow.
That's funny.
It's
Well done,
number
Nick.
15 and everything.
That's funny.
The Bengals.
Look
are
at the way he's throwing.
Bengals plus 5.5 at the Chiefs. Josh.
Kansas City.
The Chiefs for sure.
Yeah, definitely the Bengals.
Oh.
You got to go with the way that
Yeah, I
Chiefs
know.
when they're under 3 or 3 under, you take the Chiefs. If it's over 3, you just have to
So
take the other team because
You're going to side with Slim Burrow?
it's just the way it works for them. They don't cover numbers that are over 3.5 a lot of times. I
That's
don't know
true.
why.
That's a good point.
Very weird.
Kansas City. Prop bets for this game: Nebraska and Northern Iowa.
Okay, I wasn't sure if this meant in the NFL or if this meant for Nebraska.
I
Northern
like,
Iowa.
the nameless, faceless number 2.
Yeah, so that's what I did because I wasn't.
That's fine.
I wasn't
It
sure.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, you don't need to
Which
apologize, Nick.
player for Nebraska has the most yards receiving on Saturday?
Who's going first?
You can go first, Michael.
I am going to go Isaiah Nayor.
Damn it. That was my pick.
That's actually a good pick. I will agree.
All right.
Nick?
I will take IGC.
Wow.
Really?
There's a deep cut.
That is because he only came in at the very end of the game to play wide receiver.
Well, it's you and I. Maybe they'll.
That's very true. He got a chance. That's right.
He could.
That's very true.
The longest Nebraska field goal made, obviously, if there's no field goals attempted or none are made, then obviously the under is
Bet
play
is
here.
nil. If none is made, the bet is nil.
Well, in this case, the bet, if it's under, that would be
Okay.
an under.
Okay. All right.
Longest field goal Nebraska makes, over under 34.5 yards.
Under.
I am going to predict that they're going to kick a 41-yard field goal.
Ooh.
It's so specific.
I
And
know.
make it?
Yes.
Oddly specific prediction.
Mm-hmm.
Give me the over for funsies.
I'm going to go under. I don't think they kick a field goal.
It's possible, but I have,
wow. That'd be wild.
45, so something in there. Something.
The number of Nebraska quarterbacks to play in this game, and we should clarify, they have to play quarterback.
At quarterback.
Got to take a snap.
So if Heinrich comes in the game as a tight end or whatever,
Doesn't count.
that doesn't count. So these are the quarterbacks to actually receive the center snap. Over, under 2.5. Over.
It's like I like my eggs. Over, easy.
Yeah, same.
I'll take the under.
Wow.
You're going to take the under.
I'm gonna take the under.
He's just rooting for an interesting game since he's going there. That's
Yeah,
what's going
and
on.
That is what I want.
And he is Northern
Imagine
Iowa.
a close game with Northern Iowa.
Longest Nebraska play from scrimmage.
Wait a minute. Josh is 11-20. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's not going well, Michael.
Oh, my God.
That's
It's
only
not
after
going
2
well.
weeks.
Yeah, not going well.
Longest play from scrimmage for the Huskers, 59.5 yards.
Over.
I'm going to go over because they should have had it last week.
Yes.
I think they'll get it this week.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be over.
Oh, my gosh. Clean sweep across the board. And before we get to the actual score, the upset of the week, again, you're picking a dog of at least 7.5 points. If you cover the spread, it's 1 point. If you win outright, it's worth 2 points. You smell that?
What the Rock is cooking?
No, you smell that? You know what it smells like?
Superdog?
Beavers! It smells like beavers!
Sean.
Oregon State plus 16.5. Go Beavers!
Wow.
I'm going to the Minnesota game tomorrow, so sadly I'm not allowed to pick that one because I don't want to root from the press box. So instead, give me Utah State plus 17.5 versus Utah.
God, Utah State's been bad, but they're without their quarterback, so that's a good call.
Mm-hmm.
I am going the running Rebels of UNLV, feeling slighted for not getting invited to the new Pac-12 to beat Kansas.
What's the spread in that?
9.
Okay.
Give me Middle Tennessee over Western Kentucky plus 7.5.
Greatest nickname in rivalry history.
What is it?
The 100 Miles of Hate.
Oh,
No,
that's good.
Civil War is better.
100 Miles
You
of
can't
Hate,
say that
baby.
anymore, Josh.
Civil War, Civil War, Civil War.
You like the Civil War and Hitler. Wow, you're incredible. 100 Miles of Hate.
That's over.
Yes, the over definitely hit today. And finally,
Designated Hitler.
The game, it's the game we're all watching. Of course, Nebraska, UNI, and that another graphic that is incorrect.
Yeah.
What's the line
The
now?
latest
30 and a
line
half.
on FanDuel is 39.5.
29.5.
29.
FanDuel.
Sorry,
My
not
gosh.
39,
Like,
29.
wait,
Holy
29.
crap. What happened?
29
They killed the quarterback.
29 and a half. I think Nebraska rolls in this one. Shouldn't have too many problems. I guess my only concern about whether or not the cover takes place is if Matt Rule calls off the dogs and plays it conservative. But I like Nebraska 41-7. Josh?
Yeah, I guess I have them covering now, too, with that line movement. I disagree with you, John. I think Nebraska will get some field goals, and I think that UNI will as well. 37-6 Skurs.
Listen, I know I've been Panther pilled this week, but I'm also realistic. I think this game is going to go similar to UTEP, but UTEP is a worse team than UNI.
No. No, they're not.
Let it finish. We're up against the clock.
I'm not going to listen. Why would I believe you, Mr. Tape Watcher? So I think that UNI is at least going to get a touchdown and a field goal, 42-10 Nebraska.
I got
Michael?
45-7.
And yes, there it is. Michael Severe making the pick. All right, we'll come back, wrap it up real quick right after this. 16-20 The Zone. Well, we got to run, but don't forget, Severe Reaction, Sunday morning at 8. I'll be on with Jimmy Allen right after the game tomorrow night, whenever it ends, on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The K.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
Have fun, Josh.
Hey, thanks, Michael.
Have a good game tomorrow. Enjoy some gopher ball, and we'll see you Monday.
Have a great show tomorrow
Spot
night,
well.
John. Hey, thank you.
Yeah.
Spot well.
Spot well.
Spot well. Go Panthers!
Bye, everybody.
Go Beavers.
Thanks, Nick.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahan Nurseries.
Lanahan Nurseries has been your homegrown headquarters since 1974. Shop their 50th anniversary sale for 30% off their homegrown B&B trees and free planting. Visit the Garden Center and save today. Lanahan Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Welcome into the After Hours Lounge on a Friday night, brought to you by Bellevue University. If you're looking to keep up to date on all things Bellevue athletics, download the BU Bruins app to your smartphone tonight. I'm Jimmy Allen. That's John Schreiner. Dan Campion back in our studios at 5011 Capitol Avenue. We are recording this on a Thursday, so if any news